Ooh, who's watching? Who's watching right now? Who is it? Let's see. What am I doing? What's up? Okay. Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna talk about this. Okay, so right now, what I'm going to be doing is I'm just going to set up a game, and if anyone who's watching this, I think it's just one person. I think it's just you. Anybody who wants to get on a game can just let me know, and we'll set it up in Tabletopia, and then we can stream it live, which would be pretty cool, because then other people can see the game played, etc., etc. But until then, I'm probably just going to play a game by myself, because that's what I've been doing. So just shuffle. We'll go... No, I don't want to save that camera. Let's do this. Okay. Maybe we'll go Kraken versus Raven here. And the first thing I'll do is I'll set up my Kraken chapters. Okay. So, generally speaking, what I want to do here is I want to set up my chapter order in such a way that makes sense for the game that I'm playing. And that could be something like... Hey, no problem. No problem. I got you. If you are free later, we'll be streaming for a while. I was planning to stream for the rest of the day, even if it's really boring, and even if nothing happens. Just for people, if people want to like jump in or whatever and just listen, they can do that too. Because I'm just going to talk about the game, and answer questions in chat or whatever, and then also just go over cards as well. I thought I would do like a quick little review of all the card types and everything. But if you want to jump in later, just let me know. If at like 3 o'clock you're free and you want to jump in a game, it's usually like half an hour, 45 minutes. So, but there's no pressure here. If you want to just like have this on in the background or whatever, it's great to have people watching. So, whatever you want to do. But yeah, I'll start by talking about how I would set up for a game. I have all these chapters here. I can set the order of these. I'm probably going to go with something like Raise the Jolly Roger on top, because it has a threshold of 3, so I can get it early on. I think it's not a bad strategy to have lower threshold chapters on top and then larger threshold chapters on the bottom. Just so you can get access to them sooner, so you don't have to wait as long. That isn't always the case, but I think it's like a good default. So I'll probably have Raise the Jolly Roger on top, and it says whenever a friendly unit successfully invades, attack destroy is not blocked. The defending player sidelines the top card of their reserves. So this is a nice little milling option, because that includes rushing units. So if I can get in like 3 or 4 successful invasions without my opponent blocking them, then I'm going to mill 3 or 4 cards. Decks are 40 cards. So, if you're decking 10% of your opponent's deck, then that's not a bad ratio, not a bad percentage every turn. Your opponent's also going to be drawing a lot of cards, so milling cards can really put them into a place where they don't have a lot of options. So we'll start with that on top, and then I'll probably go Ocean Maelstrom next, because Ocean Maelstrom is just such a useful little tool. And then I'll probably go Whaling Expedition, and then Scour the Deep, and then Exploration on the bottom. I think beyond the third, it doesn't really matter what the order is, because you're probably going to rearrange them anyway. So we'll go something like this. And I have to... Tabletopia is a little annoying, because you have to stack these cards. In order to flip them over, you have to stack them kind of like asymmetrically. And that, that bothers me, being a huge neat freak with cards. So let's grab our deck here. Flip it over. Okay. And then for the Raven, we'll flip this over. Similar idea. I like usually Presence of Evil on top just because it's a 3. But there's an argument to be made for Hidden Laboratory or Exsanguinate. Although Hidden Laboratory is probably better in the middle, because you have to wait for stuff to go into your losses before this becomes relevant. Because it pulls stuff out of your losses, so it's like, yeah. It's not going to be super useful right away, unless you're really being reckless. And it's also such a valuable recursion tool that it's probably better to hold it off until mid-game or late game. So I'll keep this one in the middle. And then I'll probably Exsanguinate 2, just because I really like the effect. It's a great little vampire boost. And it is nice to use a few times, because it can give you a lot of advantage in the mid-game, particularly with Vampire Overlord or your Blood Mistresses. And yeah, I think it's a strong early to mid-game card, because you can get a lot of advantage out of it. It goes a long way. And hopefully people will see why when we start going. And then Cemetery is just burying an unburied unit. That can be really useful in some decks. It's not going to be super useful for us in this deck, but it's great for other builds. It's great for Raven, for Alliance decks with Raven in it. And then this card is kind of like, if we're feeling really dire and we have a lot of units on the front line, we can use this to keep them protected. This is a really late game card. I'd probably put this on the bottom. So the order is going to be something like this. Here. Here. That one. This one. And Presence of Evil on top. Okay. And even if no one's watching, I'm just going to narrate this myself, because it also helps me to kind of figure out what I want to do as I'm playing. So we'll shuffle that. Shuffle that. We'll reveal the bottom card. And we compare them. Then we compare advantage seals. So scroll to nothing. Scroll's going to win, so Raven will choose who goes first. Raven is going to go first. So we'll just keep shuffling. And then we'll draw until we have 4. The other player will draw until they have 4. They drew a shield. That's good. Okay. This hand has a lot of larger units in it that I can't use right away. I'm going to go ahead and pitch a few of those, because I'm in my retirement step, so I can discard any number of cards. And then I will draw back until I have 4. I'm not going to draw an extra because I don't have any shields, and neither does my opponent. I will add a shield, then I will go into my action step. But first, let's get rid of this stuff. Now I go to draw until I have 4. That's a better hand for sure. I think I'm just gonna drop the shield here. We're gonna go into the we're in action. I'm gonna rush this unit using this value here. That is gonna deal 1 story damage. Unless my opponent decides to block, they're gonna say, well, we can take 1. We're fine. Okay, this resolves, goes into the sideline. Keep going, action. I'm going to post this, and then I'm going to go to my recovery, which there's not a lot we can do. We're going to draw a card, because that is mandatory. Pass the turn. Okay, now retirement. Discard any number of cards. Well, I think we'll keep... I'm not sure if I want to keep this or not. We'll get rid of it. We'll just go aggro. Don't want to save anything. So draw until I have 4, and then also I'll draw an extra because my opponent has a shield and I don't. So, I'm going to go to shield step. I'm going to drop the shield right here, and then we're going to rush for 1. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah. I really, really hope we can get to 25 today. That would be really great. It's great even if we don't. It's even better if we can get to 25 because it unlocks that last, or not that last, not even close to the last stretch goal, but the third one, the next one, and that one's really cool. And we're going to kind of talk about that in the Discord and what that means and how we're going to handle that, because that's not going to be the end of the stuff we'll give you. At the end, at the Kickstarter, once the campaign ends, we're also going to there's some extra little goodies that we had planned from the very beginning that we'll talk about, and we'll reveal those at the end of the campaign. But 25 would be it would be really great to end the campaign on 25. That would make such a big difference for us. I know it doesn't seem like that much, but to be able to end the campaign with 25 instead of 24/5 is just, it would be a really wonderful way to end everything. And everyone has been so amazing in this. There's been so much support, and it's really, really wonderful to have people support the Kickstarter. It's when you spend all of your time and all of your energy and all of your money making this thing, and having people come out and show up and donate to it and say that, tell you goodies do sound fun. Yeah. They're going to be really good too. You're going to really like them. It's actually, I won't get into it here. We'll get into it really soon. I'm not sure when we're going to talk about it, because Kwame and I have to discuss how we want to unveil that. But it's going to be really good news. And it's something we planned to do from the very beginning. We were just not sure exactly how the campaign would end, so we didn't want to spoil anything. But it's a really cool thing that we're going to do at the end of the campaign. Everyone's going to like it, guaranteed. And it will totally make your investment worth it. It's just going to make everything... If you got a core set, if you got a draft kit, if you got whatever you got, those goodies are definitely going to make it worth it, for sure. Not that it wasn't worth it before, but it's just the icing on the cake of, oh, this game has a lot more... There's going to be a lot more to do with this game because of it. Yeah, so anyway, where was I? Oh, I was invading with this card. Yeah, me too. Me too. I wish for it to get 25K and beyond. Yeah, I would love that. I mean, again, it's really humbling that it's gotten what it's gotten. And it's a very modest campaign. We're not making $1 million. 25K would be enough to get us going, enough to get the game printed and shipped, with a little tiny bit extra for other things. But, ultimately, it's been a very modest campaign, and that's good. It's for a first-time publisher who no one's ever heard of, for us to get to where we are, is great. It's great, and we're very, very grateful for it. And I'm it makes me happy that other people are happy that the game is getting done, because I think the hardest thing for me as a creator and as a designer is that, no one cares, right? That was like my existential fear that I've constantly told my amazing, wonderful, supportive girlfriend, as I was like, man, what if I put all this effort into this thing and no one cares? And the campaign is like proof that that's not the case. So it's been really nice. Yeah. Anyway, but I appreciate that, Atreides. The kind words are really go a long way. So anyway, yeah, I'm invading with this card for one, and my opponent is going to take that because they're gonna take it. Yeah. No, we'll invade again. One of the great things about the game is that the way that rushing works, that's these stats up in the right hand corner, is that you can do it multiple times in one turn. So as long as you have enough open shields, rushing is just like a back-to-back thing. The disadvantage, though, is that your units are really weak, and they go away right away. So they don't have any abilities, so there's not a lot of combo potential here. They also can't be modified. Casey, what did you write? For sure, I've seen many great games not get close to 25. For people to be impressed enough to remember and come back when the Kickstarter comes out is huge. Yeah, I know that makes. I know there are a lot of creators out there that put their heart and soul into things, and it just unfairly gets glazed over because there's just so much competition. I mean, the hardest part is like the marketing is the thing that makes or breaks the game, right? How much time or how many people get their eyes on the game really makes a difference. And that was a lesson that we've learned through our Kickstarter, is that for me personally, I've had to scrape and claw for every backer. And I put in a lot of effort into making sure that our campaign worked. PAX Unplugged was huge for us. PAX Unplugged netted us it wasn't just PAX Unplugged. We also did some outreach with different media influencers, Kodak. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Kodak. We reached out to him and set something up with him, and he gave us a big boost because he posted something on his most recent video about our Kickstarter, and it was just I think that netted us probably $2,000. So just that exposure is so huge, and I think a lot of creators, a lot of game designers who launch Kickstarters for the first time, the thing is their game is probably great, but the exposure is not there, and unfortunately it just goes by the wayside. I think there are other games that are like our game that are also great, but they just their marketing, their outreach and marketing weren't quite there to get it to the next level. And a lot of it is Kickstarter over the past few years has really evolved. It used to be a thing where you could just kind of put something on there and then let it alone, and people would flock to it and put money behind it. And you could just put up a little video of yourself and just a little webcam video being like, hi, my name is Steven, and I've been working on this game for 5 years, and it's a huge passion project, and it would mean everything if you got it funded. And that was good enough, and people were willing to throw thousands and thousands of dollars at you. That landscape has completely changed. It is not the same anymore. It is it is more about how well you can market, and the problem is Kickstarter backers have become incredibly skeptical, particularly in the board gaming world, because they've been burned a lot, right? You get these projects where people put in $400 for their super deluxe edition, and they'll get it, or they won't get it. They won't get it for a year and a half or 2 years, and it's because the board gaming industry is there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff. There's a lot of manufacturing and shipping stuff that happens behind the scenes. It's been like super complicated, and getting the money to make that happen is super important, but also like understanding how it works is really important. And I think that a lot of Kickstarters in the past for board games have very naively walked into that and been like, oh man, we got a ton of money, let's buy a bunch of stuff and like set up a bunch of stuff, and they've like misallocated their resources when the most important thing is to get your game published and shipped, or manufactured and shipped. And that takes a long time, and we're going to talk about that as we in the next few weeks. We'll talk about how we're going to tackle the shipping timeline and the manufacturing timeline. Interesting fact, China will close down for a month in February due to the Chinese New Year, so there isn't anything that we're going to be able to do during that time on that front. But it will give us time to do other things, namely like Fable's End Online. Hopefully we can have that up by then. I would really like that a lot. Fable's End Online in February would be incredible. It is in a really good place right now. It needs some like UI adjustments, but for the most part it works. It's like a functional online version of the game. It's really cool. So yeah, but anyway, back to what I was saying. Games, Kickstarter's just changed. It's just changed a lot, and it's so hard to come into Kickstarter because one of the issues that we realized that we had very early on, or probably like mid campaign, was there's a huge lull in the middle of the campaign, and that's normal. It's pretty normal, but ours was like we were stuck at 15K for like a week, and it kept fluctuating. It kept going up and then going down and then going up and then going down and up. It was like we'd get a backer, we'd lose a backer. We'd get a backer, we'd lose a backer. And I was like, this is not sustainable. We can't, we have to hit a certain milestone in order for us to finish this campaign. And we weren't sure if we were going to. And I had to make some calls. If you know about Chinese New Year, you are leagues ahead of other Kickstarter projects. The online project sounds cool. Are you making that from the ground up or using a game engine? We're building it from the ground up. Yeah, that's it's pretty funny. It's also like, that's a thing that I think some projects probably would never even have to deal with because of when they launch. Right? Like if you launched your Kickstarter in March or whatever, the lead time for your project, the production time, may or may not even have anything to do with Chinese New Year, so you would like never even know that existed. So it's that's like a weird thing for our timing, because we're gonna try, we'll start. We're already in communications with manufacturers. Like we're already getting those things on the road. We already have quotes and everything. It's not like we're like, okay, now we have the money. What do we do? It's like we've been talking about this for months. We set our goal specifically because we knew exactly how much money we needed, and then how much padding we needed to add onto that, so that we can ensure that if things go horribly wrong, which they could, we have enough money to cover that. And like the 25K really does help with that. That's like one of the biggest reasons why, when I'm saying like, hey, let's get to 25K or beyond that, most of that money is like insurance. It's just making sure that we have enough to get the game published, get the game manufactured. And also, if something goes horribly wrong and let's say that like our boat sinks in the middle of the ocean and we lose all of our product, we could have some extra money to go back to it and do another reprint, which would be awful. Like fingers crossed that doesn't happen, but that's a possibility. And so we have to make sure that we have a lot of padding in our budget so that we can get the game to people. Like, the hardest part for us is that we're going to get our money from Kickstarter and we're going to put it in our bank account, and we're basically not going to touch it. We're probably going to have to take out a loan so that we can get all these other things wrapped up. We need a web developer, we need some other things, which also we'll put into the Discord, everybody. Like if you're, Discord people, we will be asking for things from people. Like, we'll need a Discord moderator and some, proofreaders, that's going to be a thing. We already have one of our Discord members who's actively proofreading our rule book and kind of cleaning that up for us, which is really, really nice. That's the stuff that makes the game better and more easily accessible to people. But in terms of the Chinese New Year thing and manufacturing, like there's a lot of things that variables that complicate lead time for manufacturing and delivery. We have our current date set in June. We think that's totally possible. We might, Kwame and I are gonna chat probably this week, and we're gonna kind of like reassess where that shipping timeline is, and we might push it back a month just to be safe. Even though I feel really confident we can do it by June. Just running the date, running the numbers, it takes like 3 months from start to finish to manufacture. So, we'll when you factor in Chinese New Year, you're losing a month. So that's already April if we started right away. And there's some things we need to clean up first, like rulebook. We got to go through all the cards and make sure all the errata's right. And this is where we're gonna like lean on everybody in the Discord. We would love to have people, our community, just kind of pour over the cards and say like, hey, this wording doesn't make sense, or have you considered wording it this way? Just because we're really committed to making the game as clean as possible, because it's complex. There's a lot of complexity in Fable's End, and moving forward, the cards are not going to get simpler. They're going to introduce more things, and so we have to be very careful about our templating so that they're clean and easy to understand, particularly with the way that abilities resolve and the way that mechanics are ordered on the card. Like, I'll give you an example. This symbol, the special action symbol, right? Like, for this specific symbol, this is not the last thing that we do with this. Like, there's a reason why we defaulted to special action symbol and not just have this symbol here. A lot of it makes it so that we can target this if we need to at some point. We can have a card that says, while this is on the front line, your opponent cannot use special actions, or we can just abbreviate that with a quill. And that's like cool because it kind of creates an umbrella category that covers a lot of things, that it can make a card really versatile, and it also enables us a lot of like flexibility with that card, where it targets special actions as opposed to like one type of action, so it's always relevant even after we introduce more types of special actions. That was kind of like future-proofing certain card abilities. But anyway, the point is that these, we will need feedback from community about how we, the templating of this, and if it makes sense to people, and we can get into that and like really get into the weeds in the design and development section in the Kickstarter. So, or the Kickstarter in the Discord. Anyway, so where are we? Okay, right. So I invaded again, and I'd probably take this because there's no danger here. It's only 2. We're early game. There's 5 that could go there, so this is gonna go sidelined. I could rush this, try to get another damage on there. I think I probably won't, because Mobius Whale's a 2, and that means that Mobius Whale wouldn't be able to block. So, because there's only 1 shield here, so we're going to keep this because just in case Raven decides to be aggressive. So we'll go to our recovery. Sorry, I didn't mean to flip. That was the wrong button. And yeah, draw back up to 4. I'm going to proxy this card during my shield step. I will break through because my opponent has 1 open shield, and this is a rank 1 breakthrough. Now this is a little weird when I do this by myself because you know, I can see the cards. So usually I just put it in a pile and then shuffle it and then reveal a card. Okay. So 3 to 4. This unit's going to die. Raven's fine with that. Raven loves it when stuff dies. This is going to go back in hand. And these get drawn back. Oh, also Tabletopia sometimes glitches out where when I draw stuff, it remains on the table. It's really annoying. I do like this platform a lot, but it has some problems. And one of those problems is this glitch that happens every once in a while. Okay. So, we're still on Raven's turn. I don't want to rush these. I'll post this. It does have a post trigger, but I have to have something buried in my losses, which I don't. By the way, this ability is very, very good because it removes something from your losses pile, and that's almost always good for you. It's a really strong ability. Go to my recovery. Pass the turn. I'm going to discard... Yeah, see, okay, this is important tactics here. This is a 3000 scroll, and because it's in the rear guard, it can block. And this is this as a rush would be a 3000 stone. Now, I don't want to rush this card because my opponent will block it and kill it. And it's a 3 skull. That's like a pretty significant amount of skulls. So we're gonna not rush this. Instead, we're gonna get rid of it at the beginning of the turn because it's just not gonna do anything for us. And then we're gonna go to our draw, and we're gonna accidentally draw our entire deck. I know these first 2 are the ones we had in hand. There we go. We'll just shuffle that. Let me draw an extra one because they have 2 shields and we have 1, even though this is there. It's not a shield, but whatever. Okay, so we go to shield step, and there's some interesting choices here because this could be posted. This could be posted. I'm going to add a shield. I need to figure out which kind of thing I want to do here because I could also, theoretically, I can get this card into play. It's a rank 4. I could post it. It would cost me my entire hand. And here, the way that would work would be I would proxy this. So now I have 2. During my action step, as a special action, I would float 1, float 2. That's what this symbol is here. That means as a special action, I can float these shields. And what happens is when you're floating shields, the next action that resolves, if it's a post or open action, these shields will go into the sideline. If it's nothing else, then these just go back into my hand. So there are 2 floating shields. It would give me 2 temporary open shields. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I could post this unit. But then I would also have to put this on the bottom of my deck because of his post trigger. So it's a turn 2 huge unit, but like it doesn't really do anything because as I attack, my opponent's just going to block it. And it's just there's so much more I can do with this that I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to set that shield. I will post this. Check the top card. It is a monster. So he's going to get a plus 1,000. That's what his ability is. If I reveal a monster from the top of my deck, add a plus 1,000 counter to each friendly unit. That's him as well. And because I have 3, I'm going to open this. So now when he deals damage to my opponent's story, they're going to mill a card. So I will go ahead and invade for 2 damage here. And I think the right move would be to block that with this. The advantage means that this is going to die. they both end up dying because of it's 4,000 to 3,000. Normally it would just be a straight up win for Grave Robber. I am manipulating this game a little bit because, I'm playing both sides, so it's not like it would work out this way every time in another game. I'm kind of like, sometimes I play by myself and I'm like biased towards one or the other. I try not to be, but I am a human being. Okay, so I'm gonna be a little risky here. I'm gonna rush this for 2. Now this still activates this, because it's still an invasion, so even though it's a rush, I can still mill a card if I get it right. So my opponent's probably like, I don't want that to happen. But they don't necessarily want to lose any of these units, so they probably might just let that damage through and then mill a card from Raise the Jolly Roger. And we'll post this. I'm going to leave that there for now. So we're going to go to recovery. Recover 1 damage, close chapter, draw a card, bury 1 unit. Alright, so no damage, close, draw a card, bury, pass turn. These are both going to be great for us. One of them is going to be good. I will get rid of 1. Keep the Vampire Overlord. Vampire Overlord is going to be a key part of the strategy here, because Vampire Overlord is great with 10 plus skulls, 15 plus skulls. So dropping that extra plus 1,000 counter on units as they post is a really big deal. So we want to keep this and make sure that we have a copy so that we can get it in play later. So I won't discard it. I'll just draw until I have 4. Okay. One of these, Spectre of Death, I'm not going to be able to play. I'm going to proxy that card. Drop this down. It's going to get a plus 1,000 counter for each human. I have 1, 2 in my losses, so here we go. Now it's a 6,000. I will also drop this. Post trigger doesn't activate, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to open this chapter. It says, target unit gets minus 1,000 counter for each monster, vampire, and undead unit you control. That's going to be that unit, and I have 1 monster. So we'll go there, be a minus 3,000 to... So that means that it's still going to outperform my Grave Robber, but Grave Robber is not a huge loss for me. If anything, it's probably better. One of the things I could have done was I could have killed the Grave Robber and then posted my Abysmal Construct and added another counter, but I don't think it really matters that much. I am just going to go to my recovery, though. Flip that. Oops. Draw a card. Keep these unburied. Go here. Everybody just give me 1 second here. I'm going to put some stuff in our Kickstarter. Oh, that's weird. It's malfunctioning. Here we go. Anyway, I'm posting something in our I don't think you can see what I'm doing. I'm actually on the Kickstarter page right now writing an update, and then going to link this going to link our live stream, the link to our Kickstarter updates so that people can see it if they want to watch. It's really interesting how like you think you put it in a place where everyone can see it, and then you realize like people's attention are just it's all over the place. Because sometimes people are on Discord, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're at work. Sometimes they're, checking their email or whatever. Live on YouTube. Talking about the game and answering questions, or maybe I'm not. And live streaming on YouTube. You will be streaming until the campaign ends in 5 hours. Come by and say hi. Or just keep it. Listen to me blabber on about the game and all sorts of other stuff. We're so close. We're so close to 25K. We're so close. We had some movement this morning, and I'm just hoping we can get those last few pledges to get us over the line. That would be a really wonderful thing. Okay. Publish. Yes, publish now. Of course, publish now. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right. Okay. We're back. We're back. Where were we? Yeah. Okay. So now it's back to Kraken, I believe. Kraken's turn. Yeah, Kraken. Well, let's get Kraken. Oh, God, just don't. If I'm not on mute already, probably put me on mute. We will go ahead and draw our extra card. I think I like this hand because these extra shields can be floated for things, so I'm okay with that. So we're going to draw another card. Interesting. I think. I'm going to proxy this. And unfortunately, there's not a lot I can do without sacrificing a lot of cards. So I'm kind of I gotta bide my time here. Maybe, I mean, I can get this Colossus Serpent in play. I can do what I talked about before, where I was, floating shields, but that basically puts that card in play, and then my opponent, I can't really do anything, because even if I attack with it, he's just gonna block with that, so. Don't like keeping. We're just gonna go for it. We're gonna float too. Okay, then we're gonna post this. The trigger is gonna activate, and I'm gonna move. I have to move a card from my hand to the bottom of my deck. That's gonna go on bottom. the post resolve, so these go into the sideline. Now I have this big unit for not a lot, which is good, but my entire hand is gone. So I will not attack. I'm just going to go to my recovery, draw one, pass the turn. Post that. Alright. Presence of Evil. Minus 1,000 counter for each vampire, monster, and undead. So I have a vampire and a monster, so that's going to get a -2. We'll drop that on Mr. Colossus, because that will take it down to an 8/5, which is a little more manageable later in the game. I don't know how much it's going to help us now. It probably won't help us that much, but I think that's okay. We will attack for 2. Story. It's an interesting block scenario too, because where's the Kwame? Yes, it is. The Kwame's triple splash has yet to be seen. You will see it. For people that are following the game for the first time, there's a Kwame loves Kraken. It's his favorite kingdom, so he loves the. There's a really fun series of combo, because all the kingdoms have synergy. Kraken has a lot of synergy with its things going back into the deck and then coming back out later. Maybe we'll get a chance to see it, but Kwame loves that, and Felipe is saying that he's named it the Kwame triple splash, which is like a series of moves that gets things up and gets cards in play and then moves them in the deck and then moves them to the top of the deck and then draws them. It's pretty cool. I hope it's interesting, Felipe, watching a chess GM develop a strategy. This is open if people want to join in. We do have this empty spot, so if someone has the time and they want to jump into a game on Tabletopia, I know Tabletopia is not TTS. Sorry, our TTS mod just isn't ready yet. There are some other things that need to be done to it, and I'm fairly new to TTS, unfortunately. So my ability to get that up and running was pretty subpar. I looked at it last night and was like, yeah, I got this, and then this morning realized oh wait, no, there's a bunch of other stuff that needs to happen. So if anybody is watching this and they want to jump in on a game, yeah, well, how will you know that I'm actually playing well is the question. No, I get it, totally understand. Yeah, I know most people are at work right now, so I figured it seemed unlikely that anyone will want to play, but it's open if anyone's available and anyone wants to play. That invitation remains, and we will also do some other stuff with live games on the what's it called, on the Discord. We'll have a channel specifically dedicated for games. I'm playing mind games with, yeah, that's true. It's true. Mind games. I'm basically trying to get you to believe that this is the way you play the game, so that the next time you play me, I'll just completely destroy you, because you'll be like, oh, he's gonna do this, and then I'm like, why would I do that? That's a terrible move. And you're like, but that's what you did on the stream, and I'll be like, oh, so naive, so naive. I don't know where I was. Oh, yeah, I just did this thing. I passed the turn because I didn't have anything to do. No, that's not true. I had plenty to do. I just didn't want to do it. So, oh, right. No, I'm sorry. It's Raven's turn. Raven just made that attack, and we were deciding whether or not we wanted to block. Oh, the blocking situation. Right. So I can discard a shield to block, right? I want to save that for something else, because I like to be able to block. Basically, you want to try to fend off doing something until the last minute, until your last possible option. You don't want to go all in on a block right away because you don't know what's coming. If they have cards in hand, you don't know what they're going to play. Now, I could block with this, in which case the 3,000 to the 3,000, because it's getting a -1, would kill this. They would both die. But what that does is that opens up this shield here so that my opponent could attack my hand. And because I have a shield, I really don't want to do that. I think I will probably discard the shield to block that, just to ensure that that wasn't marched. Just to ensure that it doesn't get hit by my opponent. My opponent doesn't know it's there, but attacking the hand is like a likely option that they would do, especially if they clear this. They clear this shield of a unit. So they attacked, I blocked. Now Raven doesn't have a ton of options, because if Raven tries to attack here with this would probably just block it and kill it. That's 2 skulls in the losses pile. And right now it's 2-1. So things will change in a minute. I think that what will probably happen is Raven is just going to go to recovery. And not bury that. Okay. All right. Kraken, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is not a shield. This is a weird thing. What else? What do I want to do here? Oh, I have to draw an extra card because they have more shields than I do. I have fewer shields. I draw 1. And let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to do something a little unorthodox. I'm going to proxy that. Now, this is a glitch here, so ignore this. Maybe we can do this for now so that it's covered. So I have 4. I have 2 open. I am going to post this. Look at the bottom of my deck. It says, look at the bottom of your deck. Move that card from the top to the top if you want. So, yeah, I'll do that. And I will go ahead and attack with this card for 2. I'll block with that. This is a block that's preferable to this, because if this is a rush, it's only 2,000 power, and if it's a march, it's 3,000 power. So in this case, well, and that's not necessarily true. It could be either. It really depends on what your opponent's doing. This could be an okay block, because what it would do is keep this unit alive, right? Because as soon as this dies, now it opens up 2 more spaces, so your opponent could play something again. So I actually think I'll do this. I will rush, even though that means that I'm increasing the point differential between us. It prevents my opponent from playing other cards. So it's -1,000. So they're gonna march this and attack here. That's 3-3. This is gonna die, and that's gonna die. So that puts 2-4. Okay. I'm just going to move the stuff around to give myself a little bit more visual space to work with. Let's have some fun here. I'm going to post that. I'm going to march. And this time there are 2 open shields, so I can attack the hand. I'm going to attack the hand. And as you can see, it's not going to go well. But I'm behaving as if I don't know what these are. Okay, that's going to kill that. But I also know that this is a 3,000 with a scroll, so if it does rush, or if it's able to rush, which it is, because there's 2 open shields here, that if I have something that's a 300 scroll or a 3000 scroll or a 3000 dagger, I could take that out. So it's not likely they're going to block with that. So that means I know that there's one blocker that from the hand that won't be viable. All right. I'll post this. Check the bottom card. Yeah, I do want that, actually. That's actually a pretty good draw. 2, 4, 5. This right here, special action, and that little like shifting symbol, that is a story shift. I am going to take one. I'm going to shift my story, which means I get to look at all of them and rearrange them. Let's see. I think this probably isn't going to be very useful to us. This could be useful to us. For building alliance decks, how do you recommend to go about it? Do you prefer completely mixing up the two decks or adding specific cards from other decks to a main deck? Okay, well, here's what I would recommend first. Okay. We'll get into this more like in the next few weeks with people once we start getting like people start getting exposed to the other kingdoms like Raven and Scorpion. It's better to try to understand what the kingdom does first and really play one kingdom dedicated for a little while. Then figure out which cards you really like from those kingdoms. And then start trying to build amalgamations around that. I'll give you an example. To me, one of the very first, most obvious like alliance builds that I ever made was with this guy. And it just said, it's this unit gets a plus 1,000 counter for each unburied human in your losses, and you're like, okay, well, I think the deck is really obvious there. It's like this dude plus humans. So start simple, and then build around an idea, and then modify that idea. I don't think this is like very different from the heuristics of other trading card games where you're like, oh, I really love this card. I kind of want to build a deck around it. You'll find that sometimes those cards don't necessarily. How do I explain this? In one piece you have a leader, which is like your obvious build around, where you're like, oh, my leader is these two colors, so I'm going to build these two colors. Like, it makes deck building much more straightforward as a starting point. Obviously, it's more nuanced than that, but for Fables and for Alliance decks, because it's so open-ended, and the game is like your deck is built, your deck strategy is carried out in aggregate rather than like relying on one specific card, because it's a lot of it is the way that combat works. A lot of it is the way that you get that card in play, you make an attack, you whiff, and then that card goes away at the beginning of your retirement step. So 4,000? Yes, 4,000. So when you're building alliance decks, it's I would build it around an idea, and then like start fleshing that idea out with multiple playtests. And I don't necessarily. You could start with a deck, and like add some cards to it. Call it my Dutchman deck. Yeah. I think that's like totally exactly the right way you would do it. You're like, I see the potential of Witch in the Woods, right? So then you start building a deck around that idea. Like, what I want to do is I want to build this deck where Witch of the Woods can access like every card, right? Because she can only pick up things that are lower power than her. Or just as a reference, we'll try and find her so that we can talk about her specifically. Oh, there she is. Wow, how convenient. Move the top card of your sideline to your hand. Your sideline is your discard pile, as long as it has less power than this unit. So she's a 4,000 power. Anything less than 4,000 is going to go into your hand. There are plenty of cards that have less than 4,000. Here's two examples right here. So building a deck around this idea, of like, oh, we'll just throw a bunch of cards that are 3,000 or less, so that every time she comes in play, the chances of you getting that card are pretty high. I would take that a step further, and consider how you can a card like Retrace Steps, where choose a player. You can choose yourself. The chosen player exchanges a card in their hand with the top card in their sideline. So you can kind of fix your sideline a little bit, and then that way she is more consistent. So, yeah, I think, Felipe, you're on the right track where I think you figure out an ability that you really like, and then you try to build around it. Also, that's true of chapters as well. Like this chapter is a prime example. Presence of Evil. If every unit in your deck is a monster, vampire, or an undead unit, then like every time this goes off, you're getting as much utility as you can out of every turn. So this is like, oh, I want to build a vampire build, right? Well, Presence of Evil is a pretty obvious inclusion in that. Or, you want to build a deck that's themed around like -1,000 counters. Presence of Evil is a really solid starting point where you're like, oh, I think I could probably build a deck where there's enough of these things in here to throw -1,000 counters that, and then maybe like a human that throws -1,000 counters, that this is like a totally viable deck that is just throwing a bunch of counters onto your opponent's units and making them a lot weaker, so you can just pick them off, or they're harder to block with, or they are less willing to attack with them because they're too weak or whatever. But yeah, that would be my recommendation. I think for anyone, once everybody gets a hand on all of the cards in the game, those alliance decks will start coming out of the woodwork, and we'll have a whole section at Discord about what kinds of decks can be built with the game. And there's already, like Kwame and I have been testing this for literally years. We've come up with tons and tons of alliance builds just from the core set. And there's different focuses. And we will very, very shortly after the core set is released introduce new cards. Like that's pretty crucial to us, is getting more cards into people's hands. And we'll talk more about that later in the week after the campaign's over. So yeah, with alliance decks, if I were building an alliance deck, I would just choose a card that I really liked, or choose a theme that I really like, and then just try to like stack cards around that theme to try and make it more consistent. I don't know where I was. I don't know what I was doing. Oh, Presence of Evil? Did I Presence of Evil? No, that was just an example. It is... Oh, right. I was doing this. I was chapter sorting. Okay. I think what I'll do is we'll put this there. It doesn't matter if that's on the bottom. Doesn't matter where that is. This is gonna matter here. Did this block? I don't remember. That's gonna go there. I don't... yeah, let's keep that there. And then we'll do this. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because each unit will give you a crest here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is a 5, so I'm going to open this. Search your reserves for a card, add that card to your hand, shuffle your reserves. All right, cool, great. I'll set this aside so I know it's in my hand. I want... I'm actually going to pull this guy, because I think I might be able to do something with him. Alright. Put this into no, no, no. Don't do this, Tabletopia. I hate it when it does this. Ugh. Sometimes Tabletopia is great, and sometimes it's really glitchy. And it doesn't want to do... Like, see, now there's a deck, and then there's a bunch of extra cards that are also the deck, and I'm like, what? What are you doing? Usually what happens is that the... Oh my god. Bear with us. Experiencing some maintenance issues. That's my opponent's hand. Okay, great. We got it. And this is going to get shuffled. This is the same as this for some reason. It's just like duplicated. But we don't care about this. We're going to throw this over here. Doesn't matter. Okay, great. So I got this now in my hand. Great, I did my search. So I'm going to float one. And I'm going to post this. This post trigger is going to go off. Flip a card. It is a monster. Great. So that means everybody gets +1. +1. +1. This goes back on top of my deck. This floated shield goes here. Great. Alright. That's why I wanted to do that, because I wanted to get those +1s on there. I was pretty sure he would give it to everybody. There's some stuff in there I don't want to deal with. I will probably just... I don't really want to be that aggressive here because I'm already ahead. Yeah. We have all these other games on here too. It's crazy. We have all the board games on Fable's End Online. This is Tabletopia, just for reference for anyone that's coming in. This is an online board game, like physics engine, that's browser based. I mean, if Fable's End Online will have some of this. You know, it'll be something like this, you know, where we'll have this like angle at some point, and you know, it's not going to be that way at first, but that's what we're working towards. But yeah, you know, like hopefully one day we'll get it to that point where it will look this polished. It's not that it won't look polished, it's just not going to have the same, at first it won't be as smooth as like picking up a card and moving around. It'll be kind of like one frame animations. Hi Henry, by the way. Welcome. Glad you could join us. Right, okay, so this is... I don't know where this card... Oh, I must have drawn this. There we go. Okay, we're going to pass the turn. Do that there. This is Tabletopia, just so we know. It's not Fable's End Online, just so people we're clear. I mean, I like the way it looks, and I wish Fable's End Online could have something like this. But Fable's End Online is going to look really good. It's going to have a similar look and feel to it, where I would argue it'll look even better than this. and like I said, it's not going to have the same immediate functionality of like, oh, we can, we can view the board from multiple dimensions. It's not going to be like that, but it will function. There's going to be all sorts of like quality of life things in it that are already there. Um, Felipe actually in chat is one of our developers. I mean, I don't know if he wants me to out him in that way, but and it's we have a lot of like when you go through the phases of the turn, it'll automatically draw you cards, and then it will, when you want to attack, it automatically tracks the damage and keeps track of skulls, and there's like abilities are kind of built in, so like when you use them, they just happen. It's really cool. But again, this is just Tabletopia. And this has been around if you want to. The paparazzi. we're gonna have to get you like a fake. You can change your screen name. I mean, it's also that's anonymity is kind of built into the internet. Felipe's amazing, by the way. Really, really done an amazing job. It's been really a huge part of the project. So I'm very, very happy that he's around. Chris as well. Chris is not. I don't know if Chris is on the watching, but huge shout out to Chris. Chris and Felipe are FEO developers, programmers. They've done a spectacular job. Yeah, we did. Thank you, Daniel. We passed the goal. Yes. What's up? Hi, Eric. Yeah, Felipe. Of course, you totally earned that. You and Chris have been amazing, and like people haven't seen what you've done yet. I know once they see it, and once they start playing it, they'll like all of this praise will be validated by their experience. I know it's and like we're still in the alpha with Fable's End Online, so it's still like a little. Oh, you are okay. All right, Eric. Let me see if we can. Hold on. We can go back to the lobby. That's all right. That game was kind of a whatever a game anyway. Let's go to. I think you need a Tabletopia account if you don't have one, but it's really easy. It's just like any other game or any other like. Yeah, and as soon as you have your name, I can type it in and I can invite you, and then you should be able to hop right in. Live streaming. Yeah, no problem. Take your time. Take your time. We've got multiple hours. Multiple hours. How are we doing here? I'm gonna check our. Yes. Oh, we're so close. We're so close. Oh. Just so everyone knows, so you hear, we're at 24,960. We're $40 off. $40 from 25. Huge, huge. Again, like if we could get to that 25 by the time the campaign ends, that would be an enormous thing. It would really make a big difference. It would be so good for Fable's End. It would be such a. I mean, I know it doesn't sound. It's like, well, what's the difference between? Here, let me turn on the light. That looks so dark. Oh boy! Like, what's the difference between 24 and 20? 24.90 and 25. It's like it's just that little extra. It's just that little extra, like rounding off those numbers that really makes a difference for us. Yeah, $40 off. I know it's huge. It's huge. That's funny because I hadn't checked in a while, so I think it jumped like $400 in the past hour, which is fantastic. And hopefully we can get, if we get beyond 25, that would be even better. Yeah, that is a stretch goal. Wants to get the $100 reward. You can, Felipe, well, yeah, whatever you want. You get the programmer discount. Well, I appreciate it, everybody. Thank you for that. Thank you for that support. That really makes a big difference. One. You're out of time. That's it. 1 second. You know the like worst part about live streaming and about filming yourself is that you can like definitely see how much you've aged. It's like one of the worst. It's so mercilessly honest. But that's life. That's how life is. Four hours. 4 hours to go. Wow. Oof. 4 hours. What can be done in 4 hours? I don't know. I don't know. Um, More options. Invite player control the flow, the game flow. I don't want to do that. No, that's okay. We don't have to. We don't have to get into that. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, good side, bad side. My side is like this. It's like, look, I'm young, and then it's like, oh my god, I'm going bald. It's just gonna happen. Oh my god, my mom is calling me right now. Hi, mom. What's up? Thanks, mom. I'm like literally. This is hilarious. I'm literally streaming this live. Yeah, that I think that's Felipe. Felipe, was that you? Did you do that, Felipe? I'm on a live stream right now on YouTube. You're live on YouTube, mom. Whether or not, yeah, you are. You can watch this on YouTube if you want. I can send you the link. She said no. She said no. I'm busy. Wait, hold on. I'm actually gonna put you on speaker right now for a second. My friend Henry is like, put her on live. Put your mom on live. Hold on. Okay.
He's streaming live.
Yeah, this is my mom. Everybody, say hi to my mom.
Congratulations, Steven. You did it.
The thing is, I didn't do this though. All I did was set this up. This is everybody else. Like everybody that's the people that are on the chat right now. So we have 10 people that are watching us right now live, which is great, amazing. And I'm not doing this. Like it's everybody else that's contributing. Like they're the ones that are putting in the money, that are like backing us. And everyone's saying hi to your mom. They're all saying hello.
Hi, everybody. I forgot to tell you, Steven, that credit card I put it on is expired.
Oh, okay. Wait, did you put something in? Did you put money in? Hold on.
I did.
Wait, you did?
Yeah, like 10 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago.
Oh, wow, mom. Wow. Okay, that was you. Wow. Amazing.
I know.
I didn't really, because we're streaming and I'm not paying attention. I'm just kind of like checking back and forth. I'm like, playing, kind of, I have the game set up on this like online, browser thing. And, so I was just kind of like jumping back and forth. And then I was like, oh my God, it jumped up. And that was you, give it up for moms, everybody in chat. Give it up for your mom. Give your mom a call. If you haven't done that, do that. Give your mom a call. Call your mom. Tell everyone in the chat to call your mom.
Call your mom, because your mom wants to hear from you.
So Eric is asking in chat. He says, "Quick, Mrs. Steven, what's an embarrassing story about your son?" And then someone Jarrett says, "Also, hi, Fable's mom," which is pretty funny.
Do you want me to tell him the truck and trailer story?
Yeah, tell him the truck and trailer story. Yeah.
Stephen wanted this truck and trailer so bad for Christmas when he was like 2.5 years old, and he'd look at it every day in Target when we'd go. And he got it for Christmas, and he slept it that night. He tucked it in bed with him with the wheels up. It was the cutest thing, except when he'd roll over, he'd hit his head on it. And now you have a big game. No more truck and troller.
No more truck and troller.
Troller, yes.
Yeah. I mean, me wanting things really badly, and then spending lots of useless energy to try and get them is like very par for the course. Very focused.
Put your mind to something, Stephen. You don't give up.
That's true.
So I sent
That's why I've refused to wear pants for the last 3 months.
Oh, nice. I hope you're not going anywhere.
I haven't gone anywhere. I've been in front of my computer for the last 3 weeks, for sure.
Oh. So, where to now? You put your pants on and go outside?
Probably the kitchen. Probably the kitchen. That's going to be the next, yeah. You should tell him a story about Eric is saying last I talked to my mom, I did mention Fable's End. I think that's really funny. You should tell him a story about Yes We're Due.
Oh, yes, when we went away for 2 weeks and you were so mad, you wouldn't do anything.
How old was I when this happened?
Oh, you're like 3.5.
3.
And I said, okay, Stephen, it's time to get in the car. We're going to go someplace. And he goes, I said something about it. We're not going to do this. We're going to do that. And no, we're not going to do that. And you go, yes, we're due. So mad. Take it out on me all the time, Stephen. Be nice to your mom.
I'm pretty sure that's when you and Dad left to go to Greece for 2 weeks.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I was really young, and Granny was watching us, and you went on a vacation with Dad for 2 weeks, and I was just like, you had never done that before, or at least I wasn't old enough to recognize that you had left, and so I was furious.
You were so mad. I think you just wanted to go, but I stayed home until after your birthday.
Thanks.
I didn't leave before your birthday.
Felipe, thank you for being on. Amazing. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I wish you could stick around, Felipe.
The last minute plea, I said, you're so close to 25,000. Anybody out there that contribute any more, even $5, and
I mean,
all of a sudden I saw it go boom, 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 boom.
Again, we had some people in the last minute in the chat. Felipe in particular. I think he threw some extra money in there to get it over. So that's huge. I mean, it's a really big deal for us to hit that, and I'm eternally grateful. And you and Dad contributing also really makes a big difference. So I appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and if you run short of tables and games or whatever, I mean, we're hanging out a lot. So if it's a couple of years before you get it to us, that's okay.
It won't be a couple of years. We got all that figured out, but.
Just get it to us in the nursing home so we can.
Okay.
Share it.
You'll have plenty of time to learn how to play in the nursing home, Mom.
Oh, good. With a pile of leaves.
Yeah, I think that maybe I'll just do live streams of me talking to you too on YouTube from now on. We'll just have you talking and be like, "Hey, what's happening?"
Oh, I'm so excited for you.
I'm really excited too. I'm actually more excited for people to get the game and play.
Oh yeah.
Because I think that it's
gonna be big.
It's gonna be huge. I just know once I know things that everybody else doesn't know yet, and I know the cards that are coming, and I'm really excited for people to get the cards that are coming, because those are gonna make the game even more better. Yeah,
well,
better.
I was just so excited for you when you went to PAX and all the money you raised there. I mean, you must have worked your little buns off to do everything.
This is somebody in chat wrote behind in quotations behind the Fable features Fable's mom. This is like a documentary. It's, I mean, PAX was, we were incredibly lucky. I mean, we just had a boom in PAX that I wasn't expecting. We got, several thousand. I knew we were going to get backers. I just didn't know how many. I was like, we could probably get like 20 backers. And we also had a video that we reached out to somebody who was a YouTube content creator. I reached out like 2 weeks ago, and we coordinated, and he ended up promoting us on his channel, and that made a big difference too. I think that probably netted us like $3,000 in backers. So, it's like a little thing. It's not a, what's the word? It's not like we're in the hundreds of thousands of dollars or anything like that, but every little bit helped, and PAX was a huge push, and we met a lot of really great people at PAX, and I'm super excited, and I really hope that I'm really excited for everybody to be a part of the community and like get game. Once people are able to play the game and we're able to talk like deck building and all that stuff, that's going to be really, really cool, because that's sort of, I've been waiting for that for like years.
I know. What, you can come build a deck on my backyard.
Sure, Mom. I could do that too.
Yes, and then I could buy more games.
Yeah, you could. You could just wait. Okay.
No, never mind.
Yeah, definitely that video. Yep.
I was going to ask you too. Did you have a good place for your booth at the convention center?
It was.
Or did they stick you in a corner?
I mean, we were in the corner, but we were facing a different way, so it was better for us. But it really, it didn't really seem to affect us that much in terms of traffic, because we were really busy during certain parts of the day. It kind of ebbs and flows. Like the first part of the crowd is, as they come through, there's like, a big, huge throng of people that come through, and they all just hit everything at once, and they go all the way to the back. So it's not like everyone concentrates in one area. It's sort of like the crowd just sort of moves around, and then it comes and goes in waves. So you'll get like, you get like a crowd of like 30 people walking by your booth all at once. And then you might have 10 people surrounding your booth, and like everybody's demoing. And then an hour later, you might have one person demoing, and no one's in the aisle. So it just kind of came and went. But I mean, we're going to work towards it. Like long term, hopefully we'll get a better position and we can like upgrade our booth.
Awesome. I'm so proud of you.
Thanks, Mom.
So's Dad. He's right here, just smiling.
Oh, hey, Dad.
Hey, Dad.
Ear to ear.
Ear to ear. I'm gonna put him on. You can put him on live YouTube.
Okay, so I say hello to my dad. Thank you, Senator Buss, for the congrats. I appreciate that.
Hey, it's an easy thing to do, because we know how much you've worked on that. It's been a tough, amount of time, and I'm just glad that you're at a turning point now.
Yeah, we are. We're funded. We're getting. Somebody says hi to you, Dad.
Who's that?
One of the people in our chat. Oh, hi, Fable's dad. This is yeah, I mean, this is a big turning point, because it means that we can actually manufacture and ship the game, which we've been trying to do for like literally years. So it makes a big difference, and it's been 5 years of like, starting it up, and then having to take a break, and COVID happened, and it just like everything got thrown out the window for like a year, and then we started picking it up back again last year, and then we made a big push, and we thought we were going to launch last year, and then we thought we were going to launch at the beginning of this year, and then we thought we were going to launch in the summer of this year, and then somebody's saying you're the Fables granddad, because I'm the dad of Fables End, so you're the Fables End granddad.
Well, that's a very enviable position.
His name is Popcorn.
Popcorn? Is this?
Yes.
Oh, because that's what Vivian calls him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Colonel. Oh, it's
She's smart enough that she would put that together. She does.
It's pretty clever, actually.
Corn, that was clever. I mean,
yeah.
For a kid her age, to make that relationship, that's really funny. But things are going really well. I have this couple that I haven't seen for about probably 10 years, I guess, maybe even a little more than that. And their father passed away, and he always liked my music, and he would take his whole family to the Omni when I was playing there.
My dad, just for reference, everybody in chat, my dad plays piano at restaurants and hotels for a job. That's what he's been doing for the past, 40 years? 50 years at this point?
Well, at least it's been quite a long time.
Yeah.
But he looked me up. He called around to restaurants all over town to find out if they knew where I was. And he finally got a hold of us. He came to Milano's this past Friday. And it was just such a nice gesture. I mean, they were one of the nicest families I've ever met. And they would always, Dad would always come over and talk to me, and he'd talk about music. And they all loved it a whole lot. And it was just really a nice treat. So today, I'm playing piano for his reception for the funeral was actually this morning, and or tomorrow morning rather, and it's going from there. So, but anyway, I'm not trying to steal any of your thunder, because that's what I'm really proud of that. I'm proud of you and all the work that you've done, and I know it good things come in long, sometimes long fought. Battles getting everything accomplished, and it's going to be. I think you'll see just a lot of value in what you're doing. I think it's really a good game, and I think it's gonna sell really big.
Well, thanks, Dad. I appreciate that.
You bet.
Well, your fingers crossed that it sells.
What's that?
I said fingers crossed that it sells. When we have some really, really amazing people who are supporting us. So, I mean, that's the big thing, is that we have a really incredible community so far. And the people that have been, we've had people in our Discord for like 2 years, and they've been following us. And it's just, it really, like, that, to follow a project for that long and just like not get anything out of it for so long is like, it's pretty remarkable. And like, I can only default to the people who have helped us get here, because we wouldn't be anywhere without them. Mm-hmm. So, I've done a lot of work, but like, I alone can't do it. And the people that chose to support, and I've had, friends, all my, like, basically every Frisbee friend I've ever had has come out and donated to this, which is absolutely unreal.
That's really good.
It just, my team, my Frisbee team, like, so many of them were day one backers, and it's incredible. So I owe everybody, I owe everyone so much gratitude for that. It's not like, I do a lot of work. Yeah, I did a lot of work. I mean, unbelievable. This is like the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. But, the fact that, John Reed is here. Yes. Sorry, Dad. I'm seeing in the chat on the live stream. I can see people as they're like entering the chat.
Wow.
I'm talking to my dad, John. It's like, yeah, I know you guys are great. I just couldn't have done this. This could not have happened without people who helped, just out of the kindness of their hearts. Because I know there are some people that are back to this just because they wanted to see it happen, not necessarily because they're like, oh, this is the thing I want to. I've been waiting for this game forever, because I always wanted like a fairy tale combat trading card game, and this is the game that I want for the rest of my life. It's like, I think just people I've been talking about it for so long. They're just like, we want to see it happen. Mm-hmm. So it is, and it's happening. So it's really great. And then hopefully we can just keep, we have some big plans for it, and I'd love to see those plans come to fruition. And this is the starting point. Like, maybe, if we run another Kickstarter, which I think we will at some point, hopefully that one's even bigger.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah, just remember always to, keep those people in mind. I was so impressed that, you know, I wasn't planning on going to this funeral for today because I'm going to be playing later in the day. But he asked me to go, and I thought, what a nice way to thank his dad, you know, and now that he's passed, it's just a nice way to thank him for all the time he was there. And I'm sure it's going to be the same, you know, with you. There'll be a lot of different people that have done a lot for you, and just keep them in mind. Yeah, and you have a good product, and congratulations.
Keep that quality there.
Yes.
No, we're gonna cut corners immediately. The first plan was to like, now that we have this money, how can we rip people off? That was our game plan. No, of course, quality is the most important thing, and that's, you know, one of the reasons why it's taken so long, is because we were just so, you know, merciless with our.
Meticulous is I think the word.
Yeah, we were just uncompromising on every level, and it's been, you know, there's still a lot of like adjustments we need. You know, there's definitely gonna be some edits and some like minor tweaks we'll make before we go to print, but I hope that that's come through. I hope that that's the thing that people see, is the like care and thought and you know, the time that went into making it what it is, and it's not even at its fullest potential yet. Yeah. And like that's the thing I wanted to do. Like the only thing I care about in this is to have Fable's End reach its fullest potential. Like that's the thing that matters the most. I say that all the time. V hears like this all the time. She hears this like on a daily basis.
Yep.
So.
Well, you know, if you have a dream and you believe in it, you know, it will happen. I'm convinced of that.
What I've learned.
Want to take it, you know?
What I've learned about that is that it doesn't happen on its own.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, you know, there's a lot of, you have to like, there's a lot of sacrifices too. It's not just that you know, if I have a dream and then it comes true, it's like you have a dream, but are you willing to do what it takes to try to make it work?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And even then, you know, I think if you put your nose to the grindstone long enough, I think people start to take notice and start to want you to have that. But it's not without work. Like you have to do the work.
Absolutely true. That's
you can't
absolutely
just.
True.
It doesn't just happen to you. And like, you know, we got to where we are, not because of you know, just sitting back and, you know, folding our arms and being like, well, here comes the money. Like it's no, we had to go out and we had to really like put ourselves out there and try to make it work. And, you know, again, I think we made it because of the generosity of people in our lives. That's, you know, we made it because people were so kind, and that's the most important thing, is that, you know, and I don't ever want to take that for granted for the people that have, you know, it seems like a little bit, it seems like such a small thing to have somebody give you $60, but every $60 that we got was like, you know, I felt that, and every time somebody backed out, I felt that it was it was emotional every time.
Sure,
because it means like somebody's willing to put money into a thing that I made, and, you know, that's very like life affirming. It's super life affirming.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's those thanks that you get. I mean, that's what they're doing is basically thanking you for what you've done and investing in you. And, you know, that's really wonderful. It's really wonderful.
I feel like it's
I'm glad you had that.
I feel like for me it's a lot about, you know, they're putting trust in me, and I'm not. I need to deliver on that. Like that's a very crucial part of this, is that the next step, like this is the first step, and then the next step is I have to follow through, and I want to follow through in a way that honors what everyone is contributing. So. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's really wonderful, and I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of your perseverance, and I'm proud, especially what you're just saying. I mean, I think that's the most important thing, is that you appreciate what other people have done and give them credit for how they've, you know, helped you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you and Mom contributing money. That really makes a big difference because we wouldn't have gotten to 25,000 without you. So.
Well, that's what we're here for.
For money,
Support our
for
kids.
giving me money. That's right. No, I'm just kidding.
You know, it's just one form of thanking you for what you're doing.
Yeah.
And you know, I think anything that involves the total commitment, you know, that you have, I think it's a good thing, and I think it will manifest itself many times over in the rest of your life.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Dad.
Yeah. Well, again, congratulations, Steve, and we'll be talking to you soon.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Dad.
All right.
Love you.
Thank you.
Bye,
Love
Mom.
you too.
Love you.
Did you hear it?
Yep, I heard it.
We love you, Steve.
All right. Take care. Thanks.
Take care. Bye.
Well, thanks, everybody. It's like the longest, like 25-minute long phone call with my parents. I hope that was engaging. And we're losing viewers. I'm just kidding. I don't know if Eric, if you are still around, if you want to get into that game. Oh, my mom is calling me FaceTime. What was she? Hey, Mom.
Yes.
What's up?
Hi.
What's up?
Did you call me? Dad called you.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay.
Accidentally, I must have hit something. I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. Well.
Never mind.
No, I didn't call. Sorry.
It was him.
Okay.
I love you, honey.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Old people, am I right? Anyway. Ooh. Yeah. Yes, Senator Bus, that's 100% that. Yeah. All right, well, I guess we should be going. Yeah, I think it's probably good to be going. Oh, by the way, and it's just like, oh my God, can we just say goodbye? I mean, I love my parents. Don't get me wrong. They were wonderful. It's also like, they also don't understand what a stream is. They don't know what this is. So they don't know, like, you know, I'm talking to you, but I'm also talking to them at the same time. And they think that I'm talking to them, and they're like, oh, you got it, Steve. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm just going to roll with it, because it's pretty funny. It's kind of, you know, it's just like a, you know, if you're not familiar, if you don't know what a stream is, then you don't know what I'm doing. I told them, I was like, go to YouTube and watch, and they're like, nah, that's okay. So, anyway, where were we? Yeah, Eric, I don't know if you're still there. If you did want to play, I'm still, you know, we can still do that. It's not, if you don't have the time, that's totally cool too. You know, I think we're just here hanging out. Hopefully, if anybody else wants to come in and donate, that would be amazing. I think anything above this is just, you know, it's just gravy. So I'm gonna make a quick little Instagram thing here so that people see what we did. I just want to, you know, again, it's so incredible that people have donated and that we're here, because, you know, I where we were before, you know, where we were like 2 years ago was just so completely different than where we are now. And it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that we're at where we are. So, here we are. Here we are. Yeah. What's happening here? Where's my stream? Where'd it go? I can't see myself. Oh, there you are. Okay, great. Okay, all right. Oh, here we are again. The belief is paying off. Yeah. I mean, It helps. It helps to believe. It helps. It does help. It's not the only thing, though. It's not the only thing. You know, you can't just believe something. You also have to, like, do it. That's the hardest part. Is like sometimes you don't know how to do it. And, you know, we're very, very lucky. We're so lucky that the Kickstarter ended, you know, that it's about to end where it's about to end. Because there are other people that put in tons of work that believe and they don't make it. And there are so many games on Kickstarter. You know, one of the stats is that 60% of projects on Kickstarter don't make their goal. You know, and it's kind of mind-boggling when you think of it that way. Like, all of those people believe that what they are doing is good. You know, that they wouldn't put it out there if they didn't believe that they had something special. And, you know, to believe is one thing, but to, like, follow through is another thing, and to have a super supportive audience is, like, another thing. So we're incredibly lucky that we have all the things we have and that we're able to get to where we got. And I really appreciate it. Means a lot. And in a lot of ways it means everything, because I don't know, you know, if this didn't work, I don't know what we would do. I mean, we'd still, even if we didn't make our goal, we would still be pushing forward, because we've spent so much time on this. It's like, how do you not, you know, how do you let something go that you spent years of your life on when you know that there's something there? But anyway, okay. I don't know what happened to Rice Heist. I don't know if he's still around. He might not be. He's probably, if you, again, no big deal, but it's still open if anybody wants to get on this. I figure, like, people are at work. That's not likely that people are going to want to play. But, you know, if there's anything, like, also, if anybody's watching and they want to know about anything specifically, or if you have, like, a question you want to ask, or there's something about the a card or a kingdom, or if you want to talk about what the future holds for Fable's End, you know, like, I'm more than willing to have that conversation, because believe me, there's a lot to talk about. There's so much to talk about with Fable's End. It's, like, not even funny. There's a large, deep ocean's worth of content that we can dive into. I can't dive into all of it because it's, you know, I don't want to ruin the surprise, but I could definitely talk about, like, where the game is going, what we plan to do with the game, you know, what we've been talking about since day one, how we envision the game growing, developing in the next few years. You know, it's like there's a lot to talk about. So if anyone wants to hear about that, we can dive into it. Or if anyone is, you know, has specific questions, or we want to talk about cards, we can talk about cards. Because I can talk about cards all day. Talk about all these cards and, like, how they work and what my favorites are, what my, you know, how we can go over the kingdoms. I mean, we've got a few more hours before this campaign ends, and I'm gonna see it through. I don't care. I'm gonna go all the way, baby. 3 more hours of me talking to myself. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody leaves the chat. That would be funny if I was just like, yeah, there's so much to talk about, and I'm going to keep talking, and then just, like, complete vacant. Everyone leaves. Interested in the future. Okay. All right. So, now that, you know, it seems likely that we will be funded, considering we have 3 hours, and I hope that $5,000 worth of backers don't drop out at the last minute. It would be... so I'll give you like a timeline of where things are headed, and I'll try to give you as much scope as I can, knowing what we know now. Okay, so the timeline is going to be something like this. It'll be, you know, as soon as the campaign ends, I'm going to take a break, I need a break. So just if I'm going to be gone for a day or two, I might be gone for the weekend. So just, oh crap. Okay, here we go. So once I take a break, Eric, what do you want to play? Do you want to play as, you can move things around, like if you want whatever deck you want. It doesn't matter to me. So deck. I don't know if he's. There's a chat at the bottom of the screen too for you. So I'm gonna type things in chat. I don't know if you'll be able. I don't know if you can hear me, but. Yeah, we'll keep in touch with that, and for sure for booths and stuff. Right. So yeah, I feel like the. Okay, I see your. Yeah, there we go. All right. Okay, cool. I'll talk while we're setting up here to play. We'll talk about what the future holds. So okay, so yeah, right. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a break, and it might be a few days. And I'm sorry, everybody. I just need it. I like mentally. Even after like literally the minute this campaign ends, we're gonna have a meeting with our online crew. Like literally the minute it ends, we're gonna go directly into our meeting with Fables End Online, and we're gonna like talk about that for 2 hours. And then Kwame and I are probably going to debrief for a few hours, and then I need to like go away for a few days. The first thing I need to do. Okay. Should I be typing into chat, Atreides, or should I be vocalizing? Like, what's the better way to do this? Here, or better speaking? Got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't usually stream, so I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I'll learn. Oh, cool. I have OBS, so I can adjust that. We'll do more streams, and we'll figure it out, because streaming is going to be something that's going to be a pretty big part of the experience going forward, especially because we won't have physical cards for a while, so we will have to stream stuff. What was I going to say? Well, while I'm waiting for Eric to come back, so after the break, Kwame and I are going to meet. We're going to have to like plan out some financial stuff, because we weren't really sure where we would get to with the Kickstarter, and we kind of have to like we have like multiple budgets that we're setting for the next 6 months, and this was kind of like this was one of our budgets, but we have to like look it over and make sure that we have all of our ducks in order. So, but the basics are like first quarter of 2024 is going to be. We're going to focus on getting the alpha build of Fables End Online up. If as backers, as if you are a backer, you get access to it. So we're gonna like, if you are interested in helping us alpha test Fables End Online, I think it seems very plausible we could have that in the first quarter of 2024. I want to say in January we'll have it, but there's going to be some stuff that comes up, because a lot of it's like Felipe and Chris and their schedule, and figuring out how, when they can get to it, when they can't, like where it's at when we drop it. It will most likely be at first just 2 decks, and then we'll like introduce more decks, and we're just going to constantly be refining it. And then that will be something that we would love for people to have access to, because it's basically like playing Fable's End with a bunch of quality of life stuff, like keeping track of skulls, keeping track of story damage, like auto shuffling decks, auto tracking damage, auto tracking power increases and power debuffs and stuff. So that would be first quarter 2024. Second quarter 2024 are the I'm chatting right now. Let's see if I can. I'm going to guide him with some hotkeys. Q. Okay, so then, what was I going to say? Oh, so, right. Q1 is Fable's End Online, somewhere in there. Then Q2 is going to be like us getting the manufacturing probably shipped to us. So like we're going to do a bunch of work on the back end in Q1, and hopefully in Q1 we'll be at a point by the end of Q1 where we already have everything shipped, like everything sent to the manufacturer, and they're printing. And they're just like printing, and then they'll turn it around and send it to our fulfillment center. And then we'll get those packages in the mail like towards the end of Q2. There isn't a whole lot for us to do to finish the game, but there is a lot of like refining and touch-ups. And so for the next month and a half, we will spend that time just like refining everything. So anybody that wants to in the Discord can proofread the rules, proofread the cards, look over everything, make sure that we're not forgetting anything. We need other eyes to get put on the game so that we're 100% sure we're not missing anything. If there's a typo here, or there's a space that was added here accidentally, or we need to fix our templating in some areas, like all that stuff is super useful. And then that will all be done simultaneously as Fable's End Online is being alpha tested, and then we send all that stuff to our printers, and then Q2, end of Q2, that gets delivered. Now, here's the best part about that. Oh, thanks, Ethan. I really appreciate it. I can't wait for you to start playing also. It's going to be really amazing. It's going to be really good. When we deliver on our core sets, we will also simultaneously have available our first expansion. We will do because we already have those cards pretty much developed. It's just like, what kind of an expansion do we want to release? And we are going to try to do our best to... It might be like a mini expansion. It might be like, 40 cards or whatever, 60 cards. But we think it's really important that we release the game with extra cards so that you all have not just the core sets, but you also have something else to play with. Because I know as Fable's End players are going to, in the next months, they're going to get really familiar with all the core set cards. So it's going to feel better to have additional cards right away. So we would have an expansion printed alongside with our core set, so that when we deliver the core set, we also have an expansion like right away. And then we'll do a preview session with that probably in like, I would say like May of next year. And then we will open that up to pre-orders, and then we will that will deliver along with our core set. And if things go well, we might have 2 expansions that we release with the core set. And then after that, like immediately in that time, in the interim, we'll be like working on the next few expansions. And we already have cards planned for those. So it's not like we're already ahead of the game there. We would like to have. I would like to end the year with 4 expansions in 2024. We'll see how viable that is. The good news is that because our expansions are very large, they're basically gonna be like 60 card tuck boxes, that have 5 copies of each. So that, what is 60 divided? That's like 12. So you have 12 new cards, basically in every expansion. 12 designs is not outrageous for us to do, and there's more than 12 designs available. It's more a matter of like the testing. And so in the interims between expansions and the core set coming out, we're also going to designate time, probably Q1, end of Q1, Q2, for people that wanted to playtest or develop expansion cards to help us to like get them very, very balanced, because it's really important that things are balanced. That's like the most important thing in Fable's End. So by the end of the year, we'd like to have, I would say, core set out, manufactured, in people's hands, along with multiple expansions. Now, I would say at least 2, probably 4. And then on top of that, if we have the time to make it work, we will have some extra stuff in the, what's it called? Basically, we're going to have an online store that people can go. They can go to fablesend.com, or it's probably going to be dragonleafgaming.com, which is our parent company. That's the actual game company. And you can go and purchase Fable's End product there. And we'll have some extra stuff in there too. Like, in addition to the core set, we'll also have our expansions, and we'll also have like a special counter or upgrades like to the core set. Like if you have, say that you wanted some custom dice to track buff and debuffing, we will have those available, because those as it from a like manufacturing development perspective are like so easy that we just have to make them manufactured, and we just have to have them shipped. And then we'll have them available in the store, along with some game mats and some extra like little components for the game. We're going to try to keep it as like bare bones as possible, just because we don't want to be too ambitious. What's most important is that you get the cards, and like all of the other embellishments that the game might have. We want those available for people as well, but we also don't want to we don't want people to like suffer because we're behind, because we were overly ambitious, right? So cards come first. The other thing that we'll do is the foil packs that we're releasing with Kickstarter. Those will most likely, we will do another release like that, but it will not be a KS version. We will probably do some like, we're going to figure this out as we go. There are plans for us to make foils as part of the game as like a supplemental thing that you can purchase separately. So if you're like, I really want my full art, not just Crimson Avenger, but maybe it's like a full art Ocean Mother or whatever. Oh, there he goes. He's got it. We will release like a almost like a secret lair, like in Magic does Secret Lair. We'll make it more. It will be like a collector's edition of our expansions that we'll release alongside. We'll probably do those in tandem, because it's going to be easier for us to manufacture them that way. And that will be like a supplemental thing that players can opt into, right? Like, and we'll do like a limited number of those. We might make like 50 of them, and it's just like one foil version of every card in the expansion, or alternate art, full art versions of those cards. Like we want it to be something that's like going to be worth your while, but we haven't quite figured out what that's going to be, because there's a lot of like manufacturing stuff that we have to kind of get into with that. That's the plan. That's sort of the like mid-tier plan that we have, where the bottom tier is like just cards and just making sure that gets manufactured and into your hands. Then there's like the next ambitious tier, which would be that one where we're like releasing these like foil collector's edition expansions alongside the expansions. And then so you have the option, like if you want to bling out your set, you can, but you don't have to. It's not necessary for play. It wouldn't be necessary for competitive play. And then we will spend the year building the community, using Fable's End Online as our like primary recruitment and marketing tool, because it's so versatile. And we will, depending on where our audience is, we'll spend the year doing the analytics to make sure that we know where people are, so that when we run tournaments for competitive scene, those tournaments are in places that make sense, right? Like if most of our players are on the East Coast, we're not going to have a tournament in Alaska, right? Because that doesn't make any sense. But there's a lot of like data and analytics that we have to acquire before we can make those decisions, even though we have like a whole format and decision making process in play for that. But competitive play is something we're working towards. It will hopefully materialize itself in the end of 2024, but we'll see how it unfolds. We will have a tournament at Playthrough in Raleigh in March. Even that's before everything is available. That's going to be like a core set tournament, and that will be pretty, mostly like a casual tournament, but it'll be like a chance to see how Fable's End would work in a competitive scene. And we're going to get a lot of feedback from that. We're going to get a lot of information from that, and we're going to run that pretty in a pretty tight way that will we've been talking about competitive scene for like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years at this point, and we have a pretty strong idea of how we would run it. It's just a matter of like getting the audience. And if we have like 100 players and they're all super dedicated, but they're all in different states, then it's like 2 players per state. Doesn't really make sense to have like local championships or whatever. So we have to kind of hold off on the competitive scene until we have the numbers for it. But competitive is like where the game is going. That's we can certainly run, once Fable's End Online is really up and running, we can have tournaments every weekend if we want to, because that's going to be easier for us to implement in the digital form. And then as far as expansions are concerned, we will have expansions planned for the next 5 years. We already have them all written down. We already have many cards designed for them, as well as a lot of artwork and assets for them. Some of them are going to be really, really, really cool, and you're really going to like them. That's the best part of that's coming in the game, is where the expansions take us. And because the theme of the game is stories, the stories we're not limited to like we're not limited to fantasy. We can go anywhere. We can do whatever we want. And so we have some really fun places planned. And on top of that, community will help determine where characters will go and where they will show up in different kingdoms. So, for example, Red Riding Hood, Crimson Avenger, will show up in different kingdoms, and you, community, will get to decide where she goes. And that's going to be something we'll do through competitive play, and it will also be something that we do through our Discord and through community participation. We want people to really be like actively engaged in how the whole like narrative of the grand narrative of the game unfolds. And that decision making, we will give the community decision making that will determine that. So there's so much more I can talk about. I could talk about like the next few expansions and like what they're going to do and where they're going to go and how they're going to work. I can talk to you about, I can break down how expansions are going to work. But I also want to make sure that if Eric is still there, Oh, thank God you're alive. That's... Whew. I was worried. I was worried. All right. We're going to get going here. Let me arrange my chapters for a second. Chapters. It looks like we're going wolf... I'm sorry. Kraken versus Scorpion. Okay, so what we're doing is we're determining who goes first, and I'm going to go first because when we revealed this bottom card, so you cut the deck and then you reveal the card that you cut, and whoever gets advantage will decide who goes first. So I'll go first. All right, but let me do this first. Oh God, why are you being dumb? Okay, here we go. I don't understand. All right, well, for some reason I can't move this card. I can't move our... All right, well... Okay. Draw 4. Huh. Yeah, this right here, this is... You hover over... Alright, well, I'm going to go... I'm going to discard that. I'm going to draw a card. I'm going to do this. So I'm attacking Story for 1 damage. Oh, just one. Just one. Oh my God, Tabletopia, I'm gonna lose my mind here. Oh, hello. What's up, Will? Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can move it. I don't understand what that was all about. All right, so that's been rushed. That's gonna go into my sideline. I'm gonna rush this. There you go. All right, so that's gonna go. Yeah, that's fine. So right now, Eric and I are chatting via the Tabletopia browser. So he's just telling me there's a delay in the stream. So he just took 2 though. I'm gonna post this. Post that. March it. Oh, shield. Okay. Got it. Blocked. Okay. So I attacked a story. He blocked with a shield. I'm gonna go to my recovery, which is recover 1 damage, close chapter, draw a card. Now I don't have any damage on my chapter, so I don't have to do that. But this ability right here during my recovery step, this circle means that it's toggling on. So it just says like at any point during my recovery step, I can return this to my hand. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Oops. Returning exiled princess to hand as per her ability. Okay, and then I draw a card. Should be like a little thing. Here, I'm actually going to make this smaller so you guys can see what's happening here. That should help. Maybe put that there. I'll put it down here because this way you can see the skull value up there. Okay, shield down. Okay, rushing. I will block that. Oh, I'm sorry. So you rushed into my hand and chose this card. So now we battle. Battle's going to go to, so it's this value here, 2,000 stone, to my 2,000 scroll. So I get advantage here, and then Whaler's going to die. Oh, God. Only one. So when he rushed into my hand, I revealed Master Story, or he revealed an Exiled Princess. Exiled Princess wins that matchup, so it dies. So he goes up on 1. Oops. No. There we go. Okay. He's recovering, so he'll go down 1. Yep. Draw a card. If anyone else wants to donate a little bit of extra cash our way, that would be amazing. But, you know, again, I'm always appreciative of everything we have. So we did hit 25K, which is incredible. I'm super grateful for it. And anything on top of that is just, you know, icing on the cake. So if anyone knows anybody or he wants to reach out to anybody in the last minute, we are in the last 3 hours. Oh. All right. Okay. So the turn's passed. I go into mine. Whoa. And I accidentally draw my whole deck, which is not what I meant to do. There we go. Okay. I just draw up to 4 because we have the same shields. I'm going to drop a shield. And how many cards in hand do you have? 3. Okay. Well, that's not great. I don't love that. I will post too many cards in hand. Okay. So Eric just drew 5 because I'm up shields. Proxy. All right. Okay. That puts him at 2 open shields here. All right. He's going to check here. Yep. So you get a +1. I will I'm going to take it because there's a lot I could block with a lot of stuff. It just doesn't feel to me like it's really a threat at the moment. I had 0 damage on my chapter, and now I have 2 on it. It's not a big deal. It would be more of a big deal if my chapter was like 4, then I would definitely block it. But 2 is like, nah, I can take that and feel fine. Okay, so I take the 2. He's gonna go to recovery. I'm gonna go to here. I will. Oh my god! It keeps doing that. Drawing my entire deck. I'm not cheating, I swear. Here we go. Okay. So similar hand to what I had. I will proxy this because I can't use it just yet. I don't want to use it. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the story. I'm gonna hide my hand. Or rushing unit. So right now he's asking, since I'm attacking the story, he can either block by marching unit from the rear guard, discarding a shield, or rushing unit from hand. So he's just clarifying what his defensive options are. Okay, so he's going to rush something. Alright, so that's going to die. But it gets blocked. Yep, that's right. Cool. That stays because it's... So one of the things that's happening in this game so far, it's still very early, but it's just something that comes up a lot, is that this advantage is really playing in my favor. So because he blocked with this card that has a skull, or not a skull, a stone, it was 2,000 to my 2,000 here, and I got advantage, so I got an extra 1,000. So I'm just killing his units outright. So he's not exchanging; he's just losing units, and that can really make a big difference. Rushing story. He is going to determine what he wants to do. Now, this would be a good the block, if he had blocked with this card instead of my Exiled Princess, that would have worked out really well for him, because he would have traded up, because they both would have died, but I would have had 2 skulls and him 1. So he takes 1. All right. That's the better move, especially with this deck. And I posted that and marched that to attack a story for 3 damage. Seth, it took me a second to figure out who you were. I was like, who is this guy? What are you taking off my shoes? That's funny. Seth is my wonderful boss who I work for at a shop, and I have a joke about newbies who come into the shop. They have to take their shoes off. It's like a fabrication shop where we build sets. It's funny. Two. Yeah. Okay, so he takes that 3, so he's going up to 4. I'm going to post here. I'm going to attack again for 3 more. We're chatting, and I'm just saying that this kind of play. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. So basically, the overflow from the wildfire goes to the next one. Now, for me, for Scorpion, because I'm playing Scorpion, I'm really trying to be very aggressive right now. I would actually argue that Scorpion, this kind of play for Scorpion right now is pretty behind. So he's at 6. I'm at 0, so I'm good. I'm like, there's a good. We're starting to create some distance between us, but I'm going to. One thing that's going to happen is he's probably going to attack my hand next turn, and I think that I'll lose one of these exiled princesses. In fact, if he attacks my hand, I'm kind of screwed. So. Yeah. Yeah, Scorpion usually gets more advantage earlier on. First 3 turns for Scorpion, if you can get like 10 skulls into your opponent's losses in your first 3 turns, then you're doing really well. If not, Scorpion's going to struggle depending on the matchup, because it's particularly with Kraken. Kraken's going to outpower Scorpion. Scorpion's just going to have to outdraw Kraken. And if Kraken could win this if Kraken is able to establish enough of a defense for me to not get through, and then be positioned for their late game. Scorpion can win this if Scorpion operates if Scorpion can like maximize card draw and maximize cards, then maybe it can break through, but we're gonna lose a lot in the process. Like Scorpion will start taking on casualties pretty like in this next few turns, unless I'm like really lucky or I'm playing a game where I just caught my opponent off guard right away and they weren't able to set up their defenses in time, and Scorpion just ran away with the game. It can happen, but Scorpion's so weak on the unit front that it's best to just try to like withstand the first few blows and then like come back and win through just sheer force. Oh, Scourge. Okay, Scourge. Scourge is, if I block that card, I mill a card. So yeah, Scourge is a keyword that is going to pop up a lot in expansions. We have a lot of other units that will have Scourge, so you could potentially just build a Scourge deck, which would be like a fun little mill strategy where you're just trying to get cards out of your opponent's deck. That is a Kraken archetype. Uh, first. Okay, so here goes the story. All right. I will take that 3 because oh my god, Tabletopia, I'm gonna scream. Well, you're rushing that, right? Yeah, okay. I was like, you can't get that in play yet. Where do you want to go? Story? Okay. This is fun. Yeah, that's a trade. Yeah, you're right. This goes into my losses pile. Okay, all right. That's not right. You're not. Wait, yeah, you are. Six, 10, 12. In recovery, he forgot to bury units, so I'm just letting him do it. So he's gonna. You want to unbury for. Cool. Great. Yeah, definitely. Definitely want to do that. Yeah, just because the skull differential here is so high. even though you'll probably end up needing some ammunition for some stuff like your whale or your serpent or your slippery stowaway, it's probably better for you to do it. All right, cool. I will retire this and I'm gonna draw, add a shield. Post this. I'm going to attack your story. No blocks. Okay, you'll take 2. Yep. All right. I will. You have 2 cards in hand. Okay, so I'm gonna post this. Post trigger will activate, which is if I have fewer cards in hand than an opponent, I will draw a card. I think you have 2 in hand, right? Oh man, I have 4 there. Yeah, that card's it's really good. So many poor street rats. So I'm trying to decide whether I attack or I block because where my story is right now, it's not in good shape. And I definitely want to... I think what I'll do is I'll post this, and then I'm going to open my chapter. And then I'm just going to draw a card. Except I drew my whole deck again because Tabletopia is annoying. No, just 1. Yeah, it's not. It's actually so Tabletopia actually isn't this glitchy normally. I've had really good luck. Sometimes it does glitch out sometimes, but this is like particularly bad for Tabletopia. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's the connection. I understand. I understand that. The thing that I like about Tabletopia is how easy it is to get into. Tabletop Simulator for me, when I started messing around with this morning, I was like, I don't know what's happening here. Where's my... I don't know how to open this up. But don't worry, like we have a Tabletop Simulator. 2 Lanes on the server was really kind and like put together a Tabletopia mod for us. It just needs a little bit of extra stuff in it before it's like fully playable. And I just have to get in there and be able to like mess with it to see what exactly it needs. But yeah, so this is just kind of like temporary. The plan was to have Tabletop Simulator running right now, but it just wasn't ready. So Tabletopia was ready to go because I've been working with this for a long time. So I apologize if it's buggy. It is what it is. I agree. So. Your turn whenever you're ready. Yep. Yep. You'll draw an extra card for that, for sure. I'm gonna grab a snack. Be right back. Huh? Yeah, I'm playing somebody right now. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. To read a story. Now whale time. Block out with a shield. What? Get out of here. Again? Come on. Yeah, shield again. Alright, what's gonna happen here? You take your time with it. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Alright, so these all go away then. Yep. I know, I'm sorry. Again, it's not normally this glitchy. It really isn't. I've played plenty of games where there's been no issues. It's really glitchy today for some reason. It's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Hotkeys aren't working. Hey, that's another way to do it. on me. All right. Okay. Hmm. Ability. So I posted Master Storyteller and then I unburied one to use her ability, and her ability is that I get to look at his hand. That's what all that was. I just flipped that card up. Okay. What? All right. It's a perfect hand for me. Hmm. Maybe you can't see this. It says, might I recommend you go for hand with all 5 units? They would all die. They would all die. That would be... I'm gonna go for the story here. Okay, so they both die. March 12th. I hope this is clear when I just jiggle my... Oh, okay. You can take it. Alright. I'll put some at 16. I think I got this. 2 there. I see you struggling with art. Sorry. All right. I'm gonna go for 2. Oh. All right. GG. GG. Wow, 52. Holy crap. 64. Wow, even better. All right. Skull differential is out of control. 64 to 7. Wow. If anyone else wants to play, or we can keep going. It's up to chat. I don't know who's available to play another game, but I say we give it like a few minutes. Yeah, if anyone else wants to jump in and experience the glory that is Tabletopia, I swear to God, it's usually not this glitchy. That's what I want. That's the one I wanted. No! Oh, who backed out? Somebody backed out. Somebody backed out. We're down to 24-9. 2 hours. Somebody backed out. Or they're adjusting their pledge. I mean, I don't know. Oh man, we were at 25 and then someone backed out. Now we're down to 24 something. Oh man, that's so upsetting. 2 hours. Yeah, we need just $40 more. $40 more and we're there. $40 more. What happened? What happened? Here, I think we can just... If anybody knows anybody that's watching this right now, if you can spread the word, we just need $40 more. We had it and then we lost it. We only have 2 more hours left. If we could just get that $40, it'd be so helpful. It'd be so helpful. Oh man, that's so upsetting. Come on, come on. Oh, okay, good. We're back. All right, thank God. Oh, I don't know who that was, but thank you. Thank you for that, whomever did that. I don't know if that was a... Oh man, I don't know what that was all about. God, this is what happens when you're watching this Kickstarter live, is that you like every time the numbers adjust, it's either like yes, or it's like, oh my god, what's happening? And it's so stressful. You know, because we only have 2 hours left, so it's like the clock is ticking. Oh, I did this wrong. Oops. Oh my god. I had the perfect opening hand and I screwed it up. Very focused on the Kickstarter, not focused on this. Sorry. Everyone did a terrible thing. Okay, that's 3. All right. Important question. What ability does Kraken have to interact with return cards from the sideline? None. That's a wolf thing. Yeah, so this is like one of the disadvantages to running one of the kingdoms that's not wolf, is that once things go to the sideline, they're done. So wolf is really great for that, because wolf means that, you know, things that go into the sideline, you're like, I don't care, I'm gonna get those things back later. But every other kingdom is like, sideline is pretty much done. It just doesn't hurt you in a... Yep. Okay, proxy. Got it. Okay. No first turn play. All right. Yeah, I guess I'll keep that. That's fine. Proxy this. How many cards are in hand? 5. Oh, that's not good. Well, we'll just go for it. 3. If it... Oh, we're going to rush the block. Oh, trade. That's a good block. That's a really good block. Go again. Okay. Cool. Okay. Okay, drop that shield. So, this is going to go differently than the last game because now that Eric is aware of my strategy, he's going to be playing differently. Okay, ghost effect. Yep, got it. I'm not peeking, I'm looking the other way. I can't see it. Okay. Cool. Aren't you glad that real life doesn't glitch? Just in general, as an idea. That you can, like, do something in real life and then real life just doesn't... You know, if I pick up a card in real life, it just doesn't suddenly end up somewhere else. By the way, all this stuff is solved in Fable's End Online. It's much, much, much cleaner. Okay. Recovery. A retirement. I like my hand. Let me keep it. Here we go. No. Post. Post. Okay. All right, so that's gonna straight up die. I don't know, maybe. Ryan S. Peterson games. I mean, depends on if we're in the Matrix or not, right? And even if it is, even if that is true, at least it's not like I'm trying to pick something up and then it just keeps like falling through my hands or like suddenly pops up somewhere else instantaneously. At least it's not like that. So even if deja vu is glitching, the glitching is not bad. It's just like, oh, I think I've seen this before. Whereas like in a game, you know, when you're trying to click on something and it doesn't click on something. All right. So that I was pretty certain that Exile Princess would get blocked there because why wouldn't you do that? And it did open up something for my what's it called? My Royal Tigress to rush. This Exile Princess is gonna start. She's gonna start losing her luster in a minute here because now that Eric's used to playing against her, he knows you just kill her. Like anytime she attacks, you just kill her because otherwise it's 3 damage and she just keeps coming back. Okay, which one do I choose? I'll choose this one. It didn't go well for me. I was being a little too reckless there. So, I thought I might get lucky with something in that hand. I was happy to send the Royal Tigress there because Royal Tigress is only 1 skull, so if Royal Tigress dies, it's not a big deal. I just have to make sure that I'm being a little more careful moving forward because even though we're close still, 4-1, that differential could really split. Last game that I played, I was just so far ahead, it was impossible for my opponent to recover, really. Unless he switched to a completely defensive style of play, which he could have done, and that might have done the trick. But I just had such an advantage going into the late game. I was so far ahead. This game is, being behind in the early game in Scorpion is not a good place to be. Things aren't going to be great. I'm going to have to play a little differently. It's going to be like a... Oh. All right. Mm-hmm. Yep. I got you. Nothing. Okay. Oops, that was gross. So there are options, but I have a pretty good blocker. So, and because Gang of Thieves has this battle winner trigger, choose a player, that player discards a card at random. Both of these would trigger because it's going to win the battle for both of them. So that's going to put him behind by quite a bit. So it would be a calculated risk to do that, because I would most likely block the captain, the whaler. Yeah. Yeah. I set myself up well defensively there, but you know, it's just one turn. Things can change pretty quickly. I'm gonna keep this. Okay, well, should have gotten rid of it. It was tricky because he's probably going to let that go through. Probably going to have to. Three cards in hand. Scorpion. So playing against Scorpion, one of the big things is that you don't want Scorpion to outdraw you, because even though you can outpower Scorpion, like 1-to-1 your units are usually going to win, you don't want to be in a position where you have carded disadvantage. Like that's a totally acceptable loss right there, because 2 damage on a story is not that big of a deal. I'm going to story shift. So story shift is when you this symbol up in the upper right hand corner of your chapter. You can take 1 damage. Oops. Correct. Yeah, I take 1 damage. And then I can basically draw my entire story pile. And then I get to reorder it. And I will go here, here, this, and this. That goes on top. And 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll open this flying carpet. I'm going to choose my Gang of Thieves and return that to my hand. Anything with 4,000 or less power, I can return it to my hand. So that's what I'm going to do. And I will go ahead and... What do I want to do here? I'll post that again. And then attack again for 2 more. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Depends on how you block. If you block. Okay. You block. Yeah, I mean that's a tough call because I'm sending 2 more damage. Like once it gets to 4 and I have 3 cards in hand plus another attacker, that's a really dangerous position. So he doesn't want to get that damage on. But like, okay. I mean, I don't know if that's good or bad for me. Okay. I will. I'm gonna play this really aggressively. I'm gonna go here, which he's gonna block for almost for certain. Yeah, right. Okay, so that dies. What's in the hand? There's 2 cards in hand. I'm gonna march to attack hand. Okay, one more card. 50-50. What is it? What is it? What is it? Okay, this goes the sideline. Yeah, that's what I figured was in your hand. I figured that was in your hand. That was in your hand. Yeah, so that's the better move. The better move. I think generally speaking, it's not always true. Sometimes it just depends on what you want to do. But your units can be buried. So losing a unit is preferable to losing a chapter. Most of the time, that's not always true. It's most of the time true. Yep. Go for it. Sure, Brian. For your comment, I'm sorry. It's been a minute. I haven't been checking comments. Yeah, I mean that's probably true too. Yeah, I mean especially at the quantum. I'm no quantum physicist, so I'm pretty ill qualified to be making any kind of substantive claims here. I do know that quantum mechanics work like very differently than the other types of physics. So yeah, I mean it does kind of like bend the rules in a way that we wouldn't normally experience. That's my understanding of it though. I defer to someone else and their expertise on that. So don't quote me there. My mom says to call that everyone should call their mom. That's what she says. Mom said, "Call your mom." Okay. Okay, what happens next? What happens next? Oh, we get another 116 minutes. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. So that was a pretty big move right there. Putting the Colossus Ripper down, throwing down Deep Sea Explorer and then throwing a Legendary Whaler and putting plus 1,000 counters on everything is like really annoying. I only have one card to block with because I was overly aggressive last turn, which I knew I was being overly aggressive, so I'm probably going to lose something. But my oh, I mill a card too. Oh yeah, we're gonna block that. Why would I let that go through? You're not. All right. Okay. Six, 7. All right. So you recovered. All right. Go there for 2. I have 1 card in hand. Let's go there for 2. That's great news. It makes me feel really good. Okay. Good news. Story is dead. All right. I think the thing that's in your hand is probably a whale. Or not a whale, kraken. Oh, yep, okay. Figured it was something big. I mean, that's a good assumption with Kraken, right? I really don't understand why it's doing this. There we go. I can live with that because we're gonna do this. Line carpet that. Post it again. Attack for 2. I don't know about you all, but I'm so tired. Ugh. Okay, so you'll take the 2. No. Okay. So last turn I had the opportunity to add a shield and I decided not to because I didn't want to pass the card advantage. uh, oh, you're not playing a shield, huh? Okay. Interesting. That's an important trigger. I mean, I'm still going to block this way, so... No, I know. I know you're not trying to cheat. But you still are. And yet, here we are. Okay. Okay, so I block that. That was a big one coming at me. I had to block that. That's four coming at my story that would have sent this chapter. I really need this chapter. It's definitely the thing that's going to help me win the game. It's whale o'clock. Whale? Oh, we'll see what happens with this. This could be interesting. Oh, what? Get out of here. Get out of here with you and your plus ones. Here, I think everybody gets one, so there you go. Do you a favor. Oh. So it's 6-6, but I want to take that out because that's just annoying. Uh-oh. What's it gonna do? Oh no, come on. Come on. Go find that thing in your deck. Oof. Get out of here. No, it's just you draw the whole thing and then return one. Yeah. Place one down first, and then and then select all. Did you get it? Did you do it? It's gonna take a minute. I'm gonna get some water. Yeah, and then someone backed out. Okay. That's good enough. All right, so you got your card. Uh-oh, what's happening? Okay, I got you. Gotcha. That's your super secret card. Okay. That goes on top of your pile. That. Now what do you want to do? Oh. Here? Okay, King of Thieves is gonna eat it. Oh, all right. Okay, here we go. Let's go. All right. Ah. No, I still get advantage over that. Okay. Give me a second here. Let me think about this. 2 cards in hand. Yeah, okay. This is what we're gonna do. That post trigger. Oh, they're all exiled princesses. Nope, that one's not. Great, okay. So here's what we're going to do. I will unbury one. I name Master Storyteller is what I name. So Genie allows me to unbury one, name a card, reveal the top 3 cards of my deck, add the named card to my hand, put the remaining cards back on top of your deck in any order. So I name Master Storyteller, so I reveal all 3 of them. I got it! I got it! Okay, that's really good. Now we're going to drop her. We're going to unbury one, go up one. Okay, Colossus Serpent Shield, and that's it. Shields and Serpents. Okay, Shields and Serpents. Got it. I got it. I see your hand. Good. That makes things a little less complex, I think. Yeah, so you would block those 2. What would that leave you with? Alright, let's go here for 2. No, I'm just kidding. Um, If I can kill that, it's 12. You're gonna block both of those things. Is that enough? Is that enough? Well, it doesn't really matter. No. I'll go here. Okay. Yep. would go away, and then you would have that would be 2, 1. Seven. Oof. 10. 13. Okay. 13. Really good that I passed. Really good that I passed. I thought I could do it, but I couldn't do it. That's a big thought. Oh my god, someone just... Oh, thank you for whomever just put that money in there. Thank you so much. We got $100 more in the past hour. That's really, really great. It all helps. Oh, well... Blocked, my friend. Oh man, I think I know what you're gonna do here. Right? Maybe? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought you were gonna do. So you're gonna take the 3, right? Okay, you found your shield. Throw your shield down. I'm gonna assume you're gonna play another Kraken. I'll help you. I'll help you. Oh wait. No problem. No problem. You're good. All good. All good. Yep. Just do what you gotta do. Yep. All fine. Okay, now you're gonna go search for something. Probably an ocean mother. Unless you have it in your hand. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. Agreed. When you can tutor a card, you do so, for sure. How we doing? How we doing? 25-100. That's pretty good. I feel pretty good about that. Just a little over an hour left. Just a little over an hour. And then we can pop the bottle of champagne. And when I say bottle of champagne, I mean a non-alcoholic cider for all you children out there. Okay? Don't drink. Don't drink? I mean, drink fluids, but you get what I mean. What's gonna happen here? What's gonna happen here? It's a big turn. Okay. You're going to story again? Oh man, this is like the longest build up for the most disappointing end, because I'm just gonna block that with a shield. What, am I gonna just let you do that? Come on. Can't just let you. I will say that was you had a really good combo going there. That was a really good like chain of events. It just didn't pan out the way you wanted it to. Ugh. Okay, let's see here. To recovery. All right. I go to retirement. Now we should play it. All right. Yep. Okay. Okie dokie. All right. GG. That's the next game. I don't know. Is anyone still watching? Is anyone still here? Yeah. 81 views. Wow, that's a lot of people. It's more than I expected. I was expecting 2 views. But here we are. Okay. All right. Well. Yeah, that's definitely what you should have done. Yeah, because once those, I mean, I had so many options to block. Even if I had blocked with units, they were still small, so I wouldn't have taken a lot of damage. It's like the trick is to know when you push and when you hold back, and with that specific setup, it was better for you to hold these back. You know, leave them back here. Yeah, it's really interesting how when you start to really like understand when you do it for where, is crucial. Like, you know, if you had sat back with these, that would have completely changed the dynamic, because these would be toast. I wouldn't have attacked with those. It would have made it a lot harder for me to get forward, because then these were such potent blockers. But you had like such card disadvantage at the end of your turn that even if you had left your turn, you probably only had these 2 things in a whale, and that just, I mean, I had so many cards, and I was getting card advantage from your shields. You know, it was like the perfect opportunity, the perfect matchup for me, because when you were at card disadvantage and I'm at card advantage, then I'm just going to take over. I think different, that game unfolding against a different kingdom would have gone differently. But yeah. How much do we have? We have 60 minutes. We have an hour, basically, left. I'm feeling pretty tired. I'm not gonna lie. This has been exhausting. Yeah, I mean, the Kraken is like, it's, you know, that's just understanding how Kraken works. And it's understanding that, like, you know, that's a lot of the heuristics of the game are like learning when you should go all in and when you should, you know, when do you alpha strike versus when do you not alpha strike. And I think that if you had a few more games under your belt, you would have beat me handily. Because my position wasn't great. At the mid game, my position was not the best. I just managed to pull through in the end because I had such good advantage. My card advantage got really crazy towards the end, so I was able to pull through. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, everybody, we have like an hour. So I think we're going to make our goal. I think we're going to make our goal of $20,000. Again, I just want to say to everybody, I know there's not a lot of people watching still, but to everyone that did stop by, that did make a contribution, that did pledge, it's really appreciated. It really makes a huge difference. I know that sometimes it's a little thing, but it makes a huge difference for us, you know, and hitting 25K today was really the best we could have hoped for. You know, right now we got 60 minutes and it's 25 100. That's pretty good. Pretty good. And hopefully it will stay that way for the next hour, and then we can, you know, we can go again the next time. I know. You got tricked. Tricked. No, it's fine. Whatever you want to do. I'm good. I mean, we got basically an hour, and I'm pretty committed to seeing it through. Although I'm getting the sense that nothing's really going to change, but you know, I think it's appropriate to have a live stream celebration for when the campaign ends, because regardless of what happens, it seems likely that we're going to be funded, and you know, it's you know, whatever I want to make sure that I'm here for it, and then we can oh you can keep going. I'm very exhausted though. This has been a long 3 weeks. I'm feeling real tired. I'm excited to just kind of break away and relax for a minute, just take a day off, clean my apartment, help my girlfriend actually do something like fold clothes or clean, you know, get rid of a bunch of the garbage we have sitting around in our apartment. Yeah. Yeah, go take a bathroom break. Let's both take a bathroom break. Yeah. No, I'm gonna play one more round, and I'm just gonna try to finish the stream, and then after that, we're gonna meet with Felipe and Chris, and I'm gonna be like, we're meeting for 45 minutes, and I'm out. I can't do it anymore. I just can't. And then after that, I want to disengage for the next 2 days. I think, and just like clean the apartment, get things back in order. Clean the bathroom, you know, do all that stuff.
Alright, I can pause you now.
Okay.
Try to ease up the cabbage. I'm gonna heat up the soup and the rest of the pasta. And then we can have a late lunch, early dinner, I guess.
Sure. All right, let's get back into it. Oh yeah, here we go. This should be fun. I mean, the last game was fun too. This is going to be a different dynamic for sure. All right. I definitely want this first. Probably that, probably this, and then one of these two last. I mean, these are definitely the ones I use the most. This is very situational, and this one is better in other decks, but it's still pretty useful. Just depends on what direction you want to go with Raven. Okay. Uh, uh-oh. Some baby's crying in the background. So, how do I want to do this? I want to go here, and then... Does a floated shield exclusively play for a cost, or does it count towards crest? Yeah, it can for both. Both. One or the other. You can float to open chapters. Okay. Yep. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. All right. Okay. My turn. I'll keep that. Post this. recover. Your go. Okay. Power is reduced to 0. It is sidelined. Yeah, so the conversation is that we were double checking. So the rule is, let's say that this unit had minus 4,000 power on it, because it's a 4,000 power unit, its power goes to 0. So instead of dying, it goes into the sideline. So this is something that can be used to manipulate units on your field as well. Say that you wanted to clear units from your phalanx. You can drop minus 1,000 counters on your units to get them to 0 to go to the sideline, if you have those abilities already. There are more cards coming in expansions that throw minus 1,000 counters around, so it's not in the core set it's not as common, but it will become more of a thing you could do. There is an archetype that likes to throw around a lot of minus 1,000 counters. Or that archetype is... Yeah, you could proxy and then use and float. Yeah. Yep. Totally. Okay, recovery. All right, great. Retirement. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'll get rid of my Vampire Overlord too, because whatever. And then draw until... Oh my god. Stupid thing. We're gonna say that... Here. What? No. Come on. Come on. No, I don't want to... What? I mean, I don't want my stuff to die playing Raven. No, that's not true. I do want things to die. I will start this turn by not doing that. Yeah, I will do that. Post this. Post this. I'm going to attack for 1 right there. Okay, another one to your story. Okay. I'm gonna go to recover. What's on top here? Oh, okay, I know what that is. All right. Yep. Oh, where are you going? Where are you going? Yeah. Yes, it would. Yeah, because it's a defeat. It's not a win. Okay. Yep. There you go. Whoa. Okay. And then went to the woods. All right. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Interesting. So technically, no, it's not written on there, but yeah, it should say unit. It shouldn't say card. It should be unit with less power. The recursion of shields is a little broken, so no, it's not the design intention, but it does point something out that we need to errata. That's just one of those things that was like we've tested the card in many ways, and that's one of the it's just like one of the mini little like, oh yeah, we just changed this one word, it works as intended. It should just say unit and not shield. But that's on us. That's on me. That's like you get used to playing cards the way that they're intended to be without having people read the words, and you're like, oh right, it's worded not the way that it's supposed to work. Got it. Okay. Yeah, and you can just drop those on Witch of the Woods if you want. Okay, all right, that's fine by me. I'm gonna pitch that. Oh my god, why? Tabletopia, I'm gonna kill you. Yeah, because now you have this blocker that can take my guy out because you dropped 2,000 on him. So what's happening here? Oh my god, what? Oh my god, Tabletopia. Oh, why are you doing this? I don't want you to be doing this right now. It's like there's no reason for you to do this. Let's try some. On the sorry everybody, if you're watching this is like really annoying. It's really frustrating that it's decided not to allow me the luxury. Oh wait, no, is it okay? Now we're working again. Oh my god, why? There we go. Okay, all right, we're better. Okay, okay, now we're back in business here. Sorry, everybody. So I just opened Presence of Evil, dropped a -1000 counter on here, which canceled out the +1, and now I'm attacking the story. So what's going to happen is, if he blocks, then they'll both, yeah, that's a trade. There's a bunch of cards in hand. I'm going to have to recover because I don't have anything else. Okay. All right. Interesting. Wolf King. Witch of the Woods. Ah, very smart, very clever. Yep. Nicely done. That was a really good move. Eric discarded it. He discarded his Dorchin siblings at the very beginning as part of the retirement, knowing that Witch of the Woods was going to bring it back. So he was able to draw another card. So he got like very good card advantage out of that. Which I was kind of like, oh, he discarded his Dorchin siblings. I would have kept them, but that move is much better. Wolf King to Story. Oh man, this is really tough. I will take that. This is gonna go poorly. I think this is your deck. Duh. All right. Okay, recovery. Is that for me?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, honey. Do you want to say hi to everybody? There's only like 5 people watching. 4 people.
Hello.
This is V. She's the unofficial, official.
Unofficial official manager of Fable's End in all things considered.
Social media. All technical things that I don't understand because I'm dumb.
Feeder of Steven.
Feeder when I don't eat. Keeper of our planning.
Bye.
All right. Pretty solid. Keeps it at 10. Order because I'm tired. Ugh. But what we can do is oh, we're just gonna die. Yep. I think it puts you at 5. Oh shit! Yeah, this is definitely what I want to do. There we go. I'm gonna examine it. Yes. The answer is yes. Exsanguinate. Yes. So, puts me back at 11. And now he's at 10. I don't think I want to kill that. And you have 2 cards in hand. I don't think I'm going to kill anything in your hand either. I think I'm going to go to recovery. Just because it's easier. Okay. What's happening? What's next here? All right. Okay. Right. This isn't great for me because the dragons are 11 and they're a stone, and even though Vampire Overlord is currently a 10 with his 3 plus 1,000 counters on him, he's a dagger, so it just he would still have to get 2,000 in order to trade. So I don't like this. "17 minutes, everybody. 17 minutes." Okay. Hmm. That could have been interesting if you had a Crown of Antlers open. But this also might work better for you to have No, I think that's a. It's like an easy thing to miss when you're like power less than, and then it just stops. It's not power less than or equal to. So. Whew. Yeah, one card in hand. Okay, what do you want to do? You want to go into my hand, maybe? Hmm. Oh, okay. All right. Recover. Got it. Cool. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Definitely keep that. Interesting. Interesting. Proxy this. Um, all right. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. How we doing? 4 Oh, someone dropped some more money, and that's so great. 3 minutes. Oh, we got 3 minutes, and someone jammed in some pledges on the very last minute. That's so great. I think I will. You're at 12. There's a lot that I could do here, but I might just hold off. I don't think I can get you this turn. Three minutes. Is someone gonna get in? Is someone gonna get in before the 3 minutes is over? Is someone gonna do it? Who's that? Who was that last backer, by the way? No, I gotta check this out. I don't know who that is. Camp Champions? Get out of here. That's so nice. Thank you, Camp Champions. It really means a lot. Okay. Yeah, that's probably the right move. Play another dragon if you can. $49, $48. Wow, it's counting down in real time, everybody. 40 seconds. Get that backer in. Get that. If you want to make a pledge, you got to make it right now. 40 seconds. 30 seconds. 25 seconds. 20 seconds. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. We're going to cancel. No, I'm just kidding. 2, 1. Boom. We're done. We did it. Oh, boy. Yeah, did you see the confetti? All right. We did it, everybody. That's it. We did it. Oh, my God. Oh. Whew. We're gonna finish this game and then we're gonna get off stream. Final amount, drum roll, is 25,260. Okay, all right. Where are we? What are we doing here? Okay, we'll finish this game and then we're gonna terminate this live stream, and then I'm gonna go to bed. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you could go in and try to mess me up with those dragons, because the dragons are really gonna do damage. I don't know. Thanks, everybody. Thanks. Couldn't have done it without everybody. The whole thing is because of everyone that's watching right now and everyone that contributed. I mean, there's just so many people that came out to support, and it's really amazing. I mean, people that just every walk of life. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean, the construct is a huge annoyance. Is it my turn? Is it my turn? My turn? Sorry, I was kind of distracted. Okay, maybe this is going to be one of those things where we're going to try to wrap this up pretty quickly. Do I have more skulls? It's 11:11. Oh boy. Yeah, we're going to do this. That's going to go there. Okay, that's fine. Let's go post this, do the same thing. Oops. Yeah, you can only block your stories. Oh, yeah, so that's going to go into your losses. Yep, that's great. That works out really well. So you're going to be at 15. This is going to be one of those things where... Oh, you pumped up your Crimson Avenger. I didn't even notice that. Okay, well... Yeah, we'll leave that there. Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. That's actually very, very good defense because it's a huge deterrent for me. For sure, for sure. And we're also, the skull count is getting up to the point where you and I are going to be trading here. In the effort, in a maybe. What do I want to do here? Yeah, I think I want to do this. All right, I'm going to go here for 2. Going to go to your story. Okay. What? Are you're questioning that? Maybe not. Maybe you don't want to do that. Okay, so I think it's a trade. Yep, that's a trade. I'm fine with that. I am okay with the trade. All right, leave something open here. Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna give it for 2. All right, fine. Just take it. Just take the 2. Fine. Don't block. I'm gonna go 1. Yep, that's fine. So here's what we're gonna do. Nope, not that one. We're gonna story shift. Gonna pull this one. Going to exsanguinate our vampire hunter. He's gonna go to the trash. I'm gonna drop another 3,000 on this guy. He's gonna go in for 2 there. To the story. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. On that note, I think I gotta sign off. We hit our goal. Kickstarter's ended. We're funded. It's amazing. Huge thank you to everybody. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. Yeah. And this is fun. And we'll definitely do this again. We can do it. We can go to Sip and Play. And it's like literally right around the block for me, which is hilarious. And then we can... we can go from there, and then we can try multiplayer, and we can do all sorts of stuff, and I can show you how deck building works, and you can see some of the new cards that are coming out. It's gonna be really, really fun. It's gonna be really cool. It's gonna be amazing. But yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for playing games with me. I know it was a few hours of this, so I hope it was fun. And for anyone else that's watching, again, huge thank you. We made it. We did it. We got past. Oh, for sure. 100% better in person than on this. 100%. Yeah. Way, way better. Plus you get the like tactile feeling of all the coins and everything. I mean, that's like a huge part of it too. I just like love shuffling cards and picking up coins and stuff. But until then, I'm gonna head out. Eric, thank you for being here. Thanks for coming and playing. And we'll chat soon. But I will see you guys soon sometime. I'm looking at the camera. My camera's not even on. I'm just streaming this screen. I'm like looking at this camera. It's not even on. But hey, everybody, thank you so much. Really means a lot. Keep checking this channel on YouTube. We'll have more's coming. So I'm really looking forward to it. All right. Thanks a lot, everybody.